Good morning, everybody, and welcome on in. How are we all doing? Is it loud enough? How are we all? um, this one has fallen way behind, of course. Oh, and Rex, thank you for the Prime sub. Hopefully, we can help with more of the trades. I think that had an update. What have we missed? There's a lot going on right now. I need to just take this off to start. Right, now that is already started. Right. With that sub, you can pick a non-legendary for the Scroll of Destiny, and you also got the 10 gym badges, which means you get 2 picks today. Sean with 15, Crit with 44, and good morning to RJ, Sean, and Trev as well. Welcome, welcome, everybody. We are going to continue our little mission through here. I'm going to start by doing the trees, because, yes, we got to do the trees every day until we get the cherubi. So we'll see how that goes. This is a little bit of a test to see if this auto tracker likes me or not, as well. And welcome in. How are you doing too? Everybody is here. Everybody. Welcome, welcome. So we are now on day 3 of the Shiny Professor Voices challenge, and what you may notice is the total says 1. That is right, we have officially had the first Shiny of the Professor Voices challenge. It was a Torkoal, of all the things. Didn't think that would be number 1 on the list. But it was a Torkoal, which is all in the Discord. If you are interested in even following along just for the updates in the Discord, feel free to react to the role. So that is good. I'm just going to... I don't really know why I'm doing watt farming, but I don't need to do watt farming, do I? Let's be honest. Did that go up? It did go up. We got it to work, see? Even I can get it to work. Just after a lot of pain and stress. I am going to include these encounters. I know Cherubi is not on there. It doesn't make too much difference. Let's be honest. But I can't get around the map any quicker. And RJ has also reached a streak of 10. Wow, everybody is streaking today. Grass encounter shiny is... I know. The Torkoal actually came from the bottom desert. But I think they mentioned they were just running around collecting items and they accidentally ran into it. And the craziest thing is it was on Sword, and Sword is only 2 levels that you can actually get shiny, I believe. I do still need to research this, but I'm pretty sure everything above your level cap to catch is shiny locked until you can catch it. If anyone does know the truth, let me know. But I think if, like, for no badges, the highest level you can catch is 20. So I think the answer will be a bit lower. So if it is 21, it won't possibly be shiny. But on Sword, that one area has a much higher level of shinies. And welcome back in. How are we doing, artist? How are things? I have to do this really boring tree run every day until we get all the cherubies. So, and then we can dive into the proper encounters. So let's see how it goes. You are doing well, that is good to hear. Just a normal little squovet. I feel like we should just have a cherubi counter, see how many we actually get. There are a few things I've been doing on behind the scenes. I've been putting together some guides. So I've put together an ability type guide. So if people are going to be hunting for Sizzlipede, for example, you want to get Flashfire. I've shown you which Pokemon get Flashfire and told you where you can get them. Um, Magnet Pool, and a few other things like that. It will be in the guides. You got the Anarif. Congratulations. Do you know how many that took you to get? And now we are with the brand new Pokeball. So as I said, if you do want to pick a shiny for the Scroll of Destiny, feel free. You do get one for the badges, and you do get one for the Prime sub. 106, very nice, very nice. GG. Congratulations. I know we're 1 in 4,000, but you never know. I might get the Cherubi. If we're all doing this, we're getting about 100 checks done a day. I think there's about 10 people on the grind now. But I'm hoping we can have a good run on this, because it's such an ambitious project, shall we say. And it would be nice to get myself a shiny before the end of the week, at least. Wishful thinking. Oh, and there is a Mrs. Astro. Dun dun dun. Mrs. Astro, the Comb Bee Hunter. How are we doing today? We've got this tracker thing to work at last. So, that is good. Not bad. No Comby spawn yet. Uh-oh. Yeah, Comby's going to be a bit annoying, I will say. But as we said, there's 300 Pokemon to go for. So if you spend a day going for something else, you go for something else, right? That's the way to look at it. That's the way I would. You have 4 picks and both who spawned yesterday. That sounds about right. It's never the thing you actually want. That sounds just like everything that we've learned from playing these games. But as we said, we got the first one. I wish there was a mark for the Pokemon from the trees, since we already have the fishing mark, but like the gourmet mark that you can get in Scarlet and Violet. Is it like the curry one as well? Let's just see what this guy's got. Nope. But yeah, I put that guide together so we can start getting the stuff. I've only put the Pokemon that can officially be caught. That is the main reason. It's not got everything that can possibly learn it in and around the game. But welcome in, Ben. How are we doing? Are we able to say we are staying up now? There is a Kangaskhan in the chat as well, if you would like a Kangaskhan. And I forgot to check what the weekly missions were. I did. I completely forgot to check that. Is there anything interesting this week? Shall we just try and catch it? Usually there's something like miss a Pokemon, isn't there? Do I really, really have to support Arteta next weekend? Or this weekend? Is that what I'm going to have to do? Am I allowed to do this? It feels dirty. Oh, you spelled Pokecat wrong. There we go. There we go. Right, back to the Route 1 grind. I might get rid of these Rookies because they're going to annoy me. I want Squovits. I want the Squovits, okay? They're much easier to deal with. I can get away with one Rookity, I guess. Yeah, not literally the Squovits. I was looking at the if, buts, and maybes, but technically, if we beat Leeds, we could be as good as safe, which would be kind of funny. Because I don't really expect West Ham to get a single point off Arsenal. Um, and then they don't beat Newcastle, I think we could actually not need to worry about the Chelsea game. Because, of course, we don't ever get to play at the same time as West Ham until the final day of the season. They always have the we play first advantage, which is a bit frustrating. But hey, it's what happens. But let's keep going. Let's see if we can get that Squovit to run into the other grass like we've done a couple of times already. Good morning, Ghosty. How are we doing? As you can see, we finally got that first shiny. Um, but we are going to use all of the guides. I'm going to try and make some resources. So I'm also going to do the trade guides. So we know what ones we can set up for the breeding segment. I'm going to also put a guide of all the Pokemon that can learn and what level they learn, explosion, self-destruction, etc., etc. You don't have to get up early on a bank holiday, and then it's going to be torture tomorrow. Yeah, that sounds about right. Those fake bank holidays that they call them. But shh, we don't go into that. But we'll get something. We have to get something, right? It's our turn to shine. Like, I don't want to be the last one to get a shiny in my own challenge. That's the big thing. Oh, is that the Rookity? Okay. At least we can get rid of the Rookity. Effectively, on one hand you get the day off, the other, there's too much to do. I think that's what most bank holidays are. That's the problem. Like, even when I was in the retail segment, you would close a little bit earlier, but on the Tuesday, you would have to then catch up because there would be less time to send stuff out on a delivery. So the people that missed out on their Monday slots needed to be put on Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. Or before it would be double the work. That's what I noticed. But I personally think if it's a quote-unquote bank holiday, everything should be closed if it's so important. It shouldn't just be the higher ranked considered roles. Obviously, would have to keep like hospitals and fire and all of that open, but I think all shops and bars should also be closed. Because why should they have to work on a bank holiday and everyone else or the other group of people get it off? Uh, just give me the 8 days for sure. I used to hate the bank holidays. Yeah, I used to suffer with it quite a lot because I used to work 5:30 till 2, and a normal closing time was 5 o'clock, and on bank holidays they would close at, you guessed it, 2 o'clock. So I would still have to work my normal hours, like nothing changed, and I would usually have to stay late and help do the lockdown as well. I guess the only good thing is technically you got extra holidays for it. If your nursery day is on a bank holiday, you still have to pay the day. uh, they bring back at least 2 times pay for bank holiday work. The only time I ever got it was Boxing Day, and if the bank holiday Monday was, and the bank holiday Monday at Christmas. But that was because I was on an older contract, so the newer people went down to 1.5, and I think eventually they got rid of it all. And good morning, Cheerio. How are we doing? It does seem crazy that you have to pay for the nursery when it's closed, but then I guess technically you know that a bank holiday is only realistically on a Monday, so don't pick Monday as nursery day. I don't get why nurseries need to close on a Monday. What is it? Because that implies that the parents don't work. Which is even crazier. Like, if you're both working like a retail job, like, you're still going to go to work, but you've got no one to look after your kids, so then you lose out money anyway. So you lose out money and lose money two ways. Because you have to pay for the nursery, and you probably have to take a day off. But I don't know. I don't know. But how was everybody's weekend? Did everybody have a good time? Did everybody get lots of shinies? Or socials and relaxation? That's the key question. It does look like the tracker thing is working at last. I don't really know why. So the reason our nursery day is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We get one bank holiday Friday a year. And the silly thing is, won't at least you or Mr. Astro be off on that Friday as well? But let's face it, how many days is it? How many years is it nursery? 2 more years? So you only miss out on 2 days at the end of the day. Don't they start school at like 3-ish? 4-ish? I can never remember. 4 or 5. So what is it? Another 3 years, and then baby Astro will be school Astro. Are those days the days that you picked between you, or is that all they sort of offered you? I find childcare for weeks at a time. Yes, for all like the half terms and all of those made up. I guess it's going to fall into a bit of it where you will almost sort of exchange who takes the half terms off as well. Because the half terms are a bit easier. But then that's where it falls into this horrible situation, or whether you can get to the bit where you could work from full time from home and do childcare at the same time. You never know. You never know. Or you just get sick every half term. I get 5 weeks leave, but kids get 6 weeks at the summer, at Easter, to Christmas, and some more sprinkled about. Exactly, that's where it's crazy. It's crazy. That's where you getting the bank holidays means you miss out, because if you'd worked bank holidays, you get 7 weeks, don't you, or something silly. Oh, it is that day. It is the Star Wars Day, right? I always forget that there's a Star Wars Day thing. I wonder who started that. Who was the first person that said that? Who do you reckon? So theoretically, between the Astros, they get 10 weeks holiday, but that is pretty much all of the natural holidays used up, and half terms don't even come into conversation. That's where it's crazy. let alone if you wanted to actually have a holiday together, you'd both have to take them off. Exactly. That's the thing. That's the painful thing with this. Like, that's why they're trying to do this childcare support thing, aren't they? But I guess the counter argument is that's kind of what it was when your parents were working, etc. They would have been at the same struggle to figure out what to do and how to look after you when you were at the beginning of school and who looked after you when it was half terms, holidays, etc. And that's the challenge. Uh, okay, so that works out. So maybe that's what you should become, a teacher. Or a teaching reception person. I don't know exactly what field you work in, but or you just have to make Mr. Astro become a full-time, well-earning streamer. Then he'll have them off as well. Is that an option? I like how I've managed to get all the Squovits to run away. School admin work through the summer. They only get the standard 25 days. Is it more that they get the time off but they don't get paid, isn't it? I've seen like when they look for teaching assistants and they go term time only pay or something. That's sort of how they structure it. From what I remembered. But what does an admin at a school do when the school's closed? We'll welcome in number 15 on the badges. Very nice. How are you doing today? I've managed to get really lucky and scare everything off. And of course, how does everybody in the Shiny Professor Voices challenge? How do you like the guides that I've started to put together? Are they helpful? I know there'll be some people that completely understand all of the abilities and stuff, but I know some people will be newer to it. September, pay bills, have coffee. Fair enough, paid to have coffee sounds good. I am doing good, thank you. I did get the tracker to work at last. It was hilarious, right? I set up a dummy one and this one. And I did this, actually watched one of the VODs, same trigger, and the dummy one, dun, dun, dun. This one didn't want to work. I seemed to switch off the main output, put it back on the main output, and bam, straight away whacked. I don't know if that was something that glitched it, but it worked, and I don't know why. So I'm so confused. Not seen them all. I haven't finished all of them yet, so don't worry too much. It's just I've put the abilities ones in. So, like, for example, Mrs. Astro could be very advantageous to take a look at the cute Tarn one for the Combi hunt. There is a Metapod in the chat. And talking of an Astro, there is a Mr. Astro too. Welcome in, Mr. Astro. How are we doing today? Yeah, I've basically, in the description of everything, I've put what abilities you can target to be helpful. So, like, I've mentioned Flash Fire, Static, Lightning Rod, etc. But there's also the ability Cute Charm, which is going to be absolutely crucial for when we get to needing the Vespa Quinn and Salazzle, because only the female ones evolve from Salandit and Combi. So if you can get a male Pokemon with Cute Charm, so a Jigglypuff, most notably, you should be getting more female Combis and female Salandits. That is the main thing. Did I actually save that? Yes, I did. Okay. But I know where I put go and get the Pokemon, I didn't really go through what Pokemon are the ones you could get. So I thought I would put a little guide on what ones you can actually get. I need a Wooloo Charm, specifically the shiny Wooloo Charm. Trust me, the DA Executor as a potential option for Harvest in addition to Travel. Did it actually have Harvest? I wasn't sure if it actually had the Harvest ability. It's going well, Mr. Astro. So my Wooloo story is hilarious. Before I started doing the streaming side of this, I was trying to get a shiny Wooloo. And I knocked out 999 on one save. And never got a shiny. And then they introduced Wooloo into Pokemon Go. The first Dynamax adventure, shiny Wooloo. So, you're hunting all the Pokemon in all the forms. Technically, yes. When you say all the forms, we're going to do the regional forms. We're not doing gender differences and visual things. And then I went back into this to do it, like when I was doing more of my targeted hunts. I did another 1,000 encounters on Wooloo before I got the shiny at last. Where are the ability guides? It should be in the Shiny Professor Voices bit. There should be a channel called Guides. Does it not show up for you? It should be one below the rules. I'm hoping people can see it. Can nobody see me? Can nobody see it? If that's... I tried not to put the ones that have the hidden abilities, because that's very expensive to change. It is a lot of Dynamax adventures, so I didn't really want to put them in. I wanted to try to focus on just the things we could catch. But if that normal Executor has Harvest, I want to check there. Yeah, that was something I was going to mention. A Alolan Raichu and a Alolan Marowak. Should we include that as the Dynamax Adventure only one? Let's just get this encounter because I got to make sure I don't change the top screen. Right. Where is the Discord? Why is it not showing the guides? All very well me setting it all up, and nobody can see it. So we're going to pause. Permissions. Oh, I just clicked on not that one. Remove. Remove. Stupid computer. It says you should be able to view it. It can be traded and found in DAs. You see the guide channel? Are you on a mobile or on anything like that? Shall we see if it's mobile that's working or desktop or the actual app? What is everybody using to check them? Or is it that you're on the desktop, you're on your phone, and let's guess, we're on the app, just to complete the circle. Desktop, I can check the mobile too. So one of the things that I find can be quite temperamental with Discord is if you don't have show all channels, sometimes it won't show the new ones. Out of interest, can you also see the updates where the shiny Torkoal was put? That I sort of mentioned we might do a channel where we're going to display all of the shinies in number order we catch them. I am going to be putting a bit of a poll up, which is I kindly ask everyone to answer what your answer is will define what we do. Webpage and can't see the channels. I see both on PC. Okay, then I have no idea what's going on. I get annoyed with desktop. Can I ask everybody what channels you do see in the Shiny Professor Voices? Do you see Shiny updates as well? In the rules. Yeah. Let's just get guides. So we have rules, general updates, request to join. You get the shiny updates. Okay. This feels like it's a case of some. I know I probably have this same problem. I have had this. Some people don't get updates. Right. In the general chat, I have put both of the pages. So if you want to click on them, you should be able to press follow, and that should then unlock them both. That makes sense. I know there are some like default ones where you tend not to be sent everything, and it can be. I've had it like a lot of people can't see my announcement channel or the roles channel as well, so I'm not quite sure. That worked perfect. Perfect. I guess you would maybe need to just press follow. The other thing is if you go to the guide at the top, you can pick and choose the channels you want. I noticed in the guide the DA Gastrodon comes with, and yes, I only put Gastrodon in there because I wanted to make sure there was more than one. I was going to put like hidden ability. I know I mentioned I wasn't going to do hidden ability. Like, the reality is, out of everything on there, the only ones we realistically need now, I think, is Flashfire and Magnet Pool. Because Clink is quite rare, Sizzlipede is 1%. Those abilities boosted by 50%. So that's the key thing I know. But I think people, again, I don't know how to set Discord up. I'm tech dumb. I think there's something to do with Discord that if you click follow the category, you will always get updates. But I always forget how to do it. I don't know how to make it default. I've watched all guides and I just assumed it worked, but sometimes it doesn't. But I don't know. I don't know. But then Flashfire is quite easy to get. I know there is a few things. I don't think the Alolan Executor you get comes with Harvest, so that's why I didn't put that on there. If it did, I would have said that. I'm going to put the Diglett guides up. I'm going to put a guide of all of the things that we will need to collect for the breeding. We don't need to do the breeding, but we can collect. I don't know if it's to be quite strict and sort of say, we need to make sure we do Meowth Persian, Farfetch'd, Sir Farfetch'd, but not Darumaka, for example, because we can't catch a Darumaka yet. And if it can be caught later in the game or traded later in the game, so Cophagrigus, there's no point breeding that when we can trade it. Zigzagoon, I think you can trade Galarian Zigzagoon for a normal one. With the lady on the island, most of the Galarian forms have their alternate form on the other island, don't they? The originals. They aren't a branched evolution. I think that's the best way to put it. But I was going to work on the trade one. But I was also going to do the self-damaging, so everyone can see what level things can explode on them. Or double edge and other things like that. Now, I don't think there's too many recoil moves early in the game, but later it might be a thing. So that's a couple of things. Like Arena Trap. Arena Trap works on an Abra, doesn't it? Right? So, like, Diglett could be kind of crucial for the Abra hunts. But what I was going to say is, should we include a Lowland Raichu and a Lowland Marowak from the Dynamax Adventures? Because I believe that's the only way to get them shiny. And I think they're the only two that you can only get in DAs. Right? Or you cannot evolve anywhere else in the world of Pokemon. So, for example, when we get to Coffin, I might suggest we get 3 Coffins, and one can go into Scarlet and Violet. Goes into Scarlet and Violet, and you make it a Cantonian Weezing. The Alolan Sandslash, I believe Sandshrew is one of the traded ones, if I'm not mistaken. So, at the end of the day, we can breed that. What I mean is, with the Marowak and Raichu, whether we breed it or not, it's just going to become a normal Pikachu and then a normal Raichu, rather than the Alolan form. Like, that's why I haven't put Alolan Executor, because I do not think we can get Alolan Executor in any shape or form. If that makes sense. I can't even catch and execute and evolve it somewhere else to get the Alolan Executor. But we could do it with the Weezing, for example, which would be kind of interesting. I think we can get, and maybe Mr. No, I think you can breed Mr. Mime, can't you? And it becomes a Mr. Mime. If I'm not mistaken. You have to put an incense to make it a baby. You can get an Executor from the Isle of Armor trades at full odds. Oh, so the trading is, they're not shiny locked? I thought they would have been shiny locked. Okay, so maybe that's what we're going to have to do for them all. I will have to 100% confirm all of this then. I always thought trade evos were or gift Pokemon were considered shiny locked. If I was honest. But if not, like from the Diglets. And I'm pretty sure you can only get the normal Executors from the overworld. But we don't have that thing to go for yet, so we don't have to worry too much yet. Okay, thank you for checking. I thought they were. I thought the only trade that could be shiny is the stuff in Let's Go. But I'm sure, again, we can do lots and lots of research. I will put the Diglett guide in Discord. I will probably put both the Austin John guides and a picture guide. I don't know which one people prefer to use, because they can both be very good and very helpful. So it's easier to focus on doing them in order instead of, oh, I found one, because then when you're still looking for one, you'll be like, where is it? Where is it? And you'll probably get very annoyed that you don't know which one you're missing, like I do. But this could be... Oh, and Trojan is up to 3 badges. Good morning, Trojan. How are we doing? There is a Carnivine in the chat. If you would like to catch, feel free. I do need to check what the weekly challenges are. I should have read them a bit. I'm only really interested in the catching stuff, but I can figure out the rest. And may the 4th be with you too. I'm going to get a Star Wars counter today. The first source said locked. Checking the second source. Okie dokie. Thank you, thank you. I guess there's 2 ways. If the tracker does pack it on me, at least it'll still do the time. And Cerebi says it's locked. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why what I meant for what we can do is we can collect everything. Just out of interest, if you are looking at the trades, I forgot to go through them all. Is it Vulpix? Not necessarily. I'm not worried about the order I say them in. Is it Meowth, Sandslash, or Sandshrew, Vulpix, Raichu, Executor, Diglett, and the starter you picked type? Is that it, or is there something else on there? I'm not worried which order they are. I know Diglett is 151, and I know the starters are 100. No worries, I will do a guide for it all later. My point is, what we can do is we can start collecting them now, and we'll basically, I suggest everyone sort of make a box that is to be bred later. That's the idea, because we're not doing any of the breeding until we reach the daycare center. That's my point. Unless we get to a stage where everyone's like, well, you've got to do it, then we will add it to the first section. But I'm trying to avoid anything being able to say it came from an egg. So, because like, if we say that the NPC trades aren't locked with, the NPC trades aren't locked with the Alola forms besides the Diglett. So you can get a shiny Executor from the Diglett chap. Good morning, Dindo. How are we doing today? They are full odds. Yeah, that's good. That we want full odds. The idea is to do full odds. And you cannot, according to both Cerebi. Are we mixing them up with the ones that just give you the alternate form? So a Zigzagoon for a Zigzagoon. Are they not shiny locked? Because I think what RJ's saying is it's everything but the Alolan form. No. Someone did the Alolan forms in Sword and Shield. They got a shiny. Okay. We'll have to have a look. Do you know if they did a video on it or anything like that? There are 2 NPCs on the Isle of Armature. There's quite a lot, to be honest. So there's already a shiny, yes. There we got, not the Digletts, they're locked. So the Alolan forms are locked. Right? It's the stuff that's traded for a Galarian form that isn't locked. Yeah, we got a Torkoal, and the person that got it is extremely lucky because they're in Sword. So they managed to get something that was low enough level as well. Well, now we're talking shiny locks. So yeah, we're on the trade girl has an Executor. Okay. I'm assuming they don't spawn until you can get them. Oh, but she'll only give you a normal Executor, right? Not an Alolan Executor. Yeah, well, now we're on the topic of shiny locks. Do we know for a fact that anything over your catching level is shiny locked until you can catch it? Just out of interest. Or does anyone know? I'm not asking anyone to go and look. You can get it shiny. So if I run into a level 25, it could be shiny. So you trade to the Cantonia one for the Alolan one. Okay. So technically, we cannot get that until Executor becomes available to catch. Because we can't get the normal Execute in the wild. When it comes to the trading ones, I'm not doing them unless they are natural spawns. So I know we could get one in a DA, but some people might not. I don't really want people diving into too many DAs because we can accidentally trigger too many battles done. If that makes sense as well. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure everything is shiny locked until you're allowed to catch it. Because I think I saw someone mention something about the Reggies once. Right, they were locked until you are champion or at least 8 badges. It's quite interesting because there's actually still quite a large chunk to do once we become champion, and they include things like Morlul. We cannot catch a Morlul in the wild until fog becomes available. And the same with Natu, I think. They are fog exclusives. It's crazy to think that. But once we're there, we will then have to start adding in the Swords of Justice, which is going to be horrible to go for. They're soft resets. The strong looking, that's perfect. That's what I thought. I did think that was the case. So that's where it's quite difficult on Sword, because we need Rufflet. And the only way to get a Rufflet is in Pop Bottom Desert. And on Sword, it's level 19 to 24. So we're going to be running her into higher level ones constantly until we get lucky. It's not something I'm looking forward to. But yes. As we got Dindo here, can you, out of interest, Dindo, can you see all of the channels in the Shiny Professor Voices category? I know we've had a few people that couldn't and a few people that could. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a poll up in there for everyone in it, and it's going to say, I'm going to do the guide to show what we get. So number 1 is the Torkoal. I'll put a picture, but not a trainer ID picture. And I can or cannot put the trainer if you want. I'm going to ask the question, do you want your name next to each of the shinies you get? If you put no, I won't put you out when I post your shinies. If you put yes, I will. I will not tag anyone. Rules chat update. Is that all you can see? Can you still... You can't see submission issues or anything? Okay, she has Meow, Farfetch, Corsola, Ponyta, Mr. Mine, Darumaka, Zigzagoon, Stunfisk, Wheezing, Executor, Marowak. So even for Wheezing, you don't need... well, that one can be... Okay. So we can do all of them. But only once we can officially catch them. So I could add Zigzagoon and Linoon in now. And Marowak. But that's it, I believe. But good morning, Huntress. How are we doing? Are we supposed to be able to post in the shiny updates? No. I don't think so. The idea was that I was going to do... I don't want people chatting in there. The idea is I just want all the pictures, if that makes sense. So she has all the forms you cannot get in the game itself. So Cantonian, Alolan. Okay. Okay, well, okay, maybe I did set it up so you could. I don't know. I may take off the permissions if people chat too much, because yes, I want people to say congratulations, but I don't want people to have like a long string of messages through it. But I am good, Huntress. We're still going through the final bits and pieces of the rules for the challenge. And it looks like I'm going to have to add some more Pokemon and take some off. Does she also have Slowpoke? Just out of interest. You can see guides, request to join, shiny updates, but under recommended. Okay. If you want to add them, you can do. I'm not quite sure why they don't all show. If I understood Discord, she does not. Interesting. I wonder where you get Slowpoke then. Can you just put in slow-mo timer after someone posts? Potentially. Not Vulpix or Sound Shrew either. You get them from the Diglets. So it's basically anything that you can't technically catch, right? If that makes sense. I would like to think that most of this resource is on like Cerebi or something, that I can just borrow it. Maybe people can post in general and then repost forward. Maybe. Okay, so the slowpokes we would have to breed. That's not too bad, at least. Like, again, I will go through them all. I didn't even know there was like a slow mode in Discord. I'll be honest. It's weird that for some reason my Discord doesn't show everybody the new channels you make automatically. It is a strange one. But when we do that other one, I will not tag anyone. Land for the day. Try to hatch as many pogo eggs as possible. You want that first place, do you? Mr. Astro wants first place. Did she have Raichu? But I will do some research on all of it. You might need to edit permissions on the channel when you make them do the roles. I thought it was all synced, but like the only people that technically have permission is people with the SPVC role. So, for example, Mr. Astro, unless you've picked it, you 100% cannot see it. Come on, I need to tell the new channel I make the roles to see and unsee. Okay. She does not have the Raichu. I might have a quick look during the adverts. I guess like the interesting one would be is if like Mr. Astro became a guinea pig and took the role for the SPVC and see what you see. If that makes sense. And maybe if I assign the role, it doesn't show it. But now, mind you, I'm pretty sure I assigned most of you the role. I think only about 2 or 3 took the role. But when we go through the ads, I don't shiny hunt anyway, so I can have a little look. See if it has got something on there. Just trigger it to say view all channels. Again, Discord is difficult for tech dumb people like myself. Shall we start some of these now while we are here? Right, I've forgotten who we have. We'll start with a Mr. Astro then. You can follow along with Mr. Astro, who has been working on the GBA Diaries, which is a Nuzlocke in Fire Red Leaf Green with some very fun catch-up videos. There is some stuff in Ruby Sapphire Emerald, a Mudkip reset, Reggie reset, Professor Oak's challenge, a little bit of BDSP, some champions as well. Do you have to follow him? Not necessarily, if you don't want to. Not so sure. Can you confirm the 2026? Which one is it that you put in? I did take the free from yesterday. I haven't looked this morning, I'll be honest. Almado, I will tick it off in the break as well. I can't change my screens at the moment because I'm doing some screen capture for this tracker. I think it's whether or not people are following the category. That newly added ones, yeah. So I think I need to try and push everyone into trying to follow the category. Which is what is... I don't know how that is automatic. Either. Like, I would have thought it would have been automatic. So I picked the role. I can see in order. Rules, guides, general updates. That is everything on there. So... that's interesting. That you can. But then technically I made all the channels after you could select the role. Maybe it's because I've made new channels. I don't know. I don't know. I will also check with couple of other people that I know I put in there from the beginning. Because people must be able to see request to join because they've filled in what they want. The submission issue is a bit of a conversation as well. I realise there is something we could also need to do. When it comes to evolutions, again, we are trying our best to play the honor system. So, on the account individual channels, I just need to. What would I need to change? Mike has hit 50 badges. Congratulations, Mike. You do get to pick a legendary if you want for the Scroll of Destiny. Like, everything is set that the only people that can see it are the SPVC people. So only the people that see the role can see that channel. Don't even know a legendary Pokemon. Okay. Do you want a random number then? Instead? Okay, we'll do the random roll. Let's have a look. Go. Let's see who can work out what 664 is. I forgot I was also getting to a point of when it comes to the stuff that can evolve. So say Wooloo, as an example, has been entered in, done correctly, and all of that. What is stopping somebody then going to get another 500 knocked out and then catch a brilliant aura? And then evolving it into Dubwell, because when it's Dubwell, double, it's going to say they've encountered or battled 0. So I might have to sort of say I need both for the Pokedex, which is what the submission issue one's going to be. So it is Scatterbug. We had Scatterbug yesterday. It's quite funny that we've had it twice. It might be that if you added channels after people got the role, it might not add the channels in. That's what I think it is. Once we hit the ads, I will have a quick glance through them all. People with the role couldn't see the channels. Probably should go to bed since it's 2 AM. Well, thank you for popping in, Trojan. I do hope you get a nice rest. And may the shiny rolls come to your favor soon. Or the Genshin stuff as well. You get what you're after. We will do this one next. So you can also follow along with the Shiny Huntress, who we know is on a partner push. 1 month done, another 30 to go. Go along and support the Dream Team quest on Fire Red, Leaf Green. 2 down, 4 to go. Hunting for plants, I believe, next. With potentially some brand new gachas coming this way. So hopefully you'll be able to see if you can complete the collection, have a little chat about horror, and maybe some wrestling, but all filled with good jujus. I will have a good, so maybe just the Pokedex entry of whatever you catch, the form you catch it. Yeah, that's what I meant, instead of the evolution. That's what I was trying to get to the point. But my worry is that I think when you enter pictures, there's a limit to 4 on the Shiny Dex page. Another Shiny Mountain, congratulations. I haven't got a single one yet. I don't know how to reopen the box. It doesn't seem to want to reopen. It says 0 days, but it doesn't want to do it. Right, I think we're about to hit some Adlands. I'm going to go and have a quick look through them. You need to link to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, right? Okay. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That means I actually have to play Let's Go Pikachu or Eevee. Probably. I think I've got Eevee. I don't want to put it back in, okay? Okay, we have hit the Atlas. Let's have a quick look at this very quickly while I'm here. Right. Guides. Permissions. SPC is view only. Shiny updates. I wanted to try and keep everything like that. Or the fact that you can react. Manage. That's good. Right. You said that there was something about messages. I didn't really want. Do we want to do it? We'll let that go into a poll as well. Let's do that in a poll. No, you don't. No, I know that. But you reopen the box, you need to wait. It's okay. That's annoying. That's very annoying. Let's just check the category. Permissions. View channels. Okay. It looks like it's all there. Fine. Okay. Oh, there we go. We are back then. We are back from the Atlantis. I will have to have a look a bit more later. It does look like every single channel says accepted, but it's probably, as you said, I made them before putting the roles in. But then I guess some people might have it default that they don't get all of them. It doesn't explain why some say yes and some say no. Did you have to accept any of the roles of the people who could see everything or follow the channels? I might have to take these Wooloo out because they're going to annoy me. No, but you've joined once. I've already made everything. Like, for example, Mrs. Astro couldn't see them. But I was checking to see whether anyone else who joined at the beginning, like, all could see them all. I don't know if you had to press follow to see them, or whether it was just automatically a new channel popped up. But you got to do it today. It's the last day to be shiny. Okay. So what was it you said? Yes, it says home should work too. Okay. New channel just popped up. That's why I get confused. Yours just popped. I guess some people do have things set to default so they don't keep getting too much popping up. I probably have the same thing on some of the channels that I'm in. Looking at channels and roles thing, I'm following the category. Yeah, that's what I think I need to try and get everyone to do, is just make sure they're following the category. I will put a little ping later. I can't remember if I manually did that when I got the role. Okay. I might need to learn how role management works as well. I just didn't really want everybody to have access to those channels because, let's be honest, there are some people in there that have no interest in taking part in this. So I don't want them keep getting pinged. It's kind of nice that, like, for example, when we're down to like the last 4 or 5, we can have like a little bit of a ping update. So if we're all going for splitting up the last 5 between 3 of us each, if someone gets it, the other 2 get an instant notification that they don't need to focus on that and they can move to something else. Or if somebody is going for Wooloo and suddenly we get Wooloo and double put in, it means they can get notifications that the Wooloos are done. And unless it's for a personal project, you don't need to go for Wooloo. That's the main reason, and I don't want to have to tag everybody in the whole Discord, because it's not really fair. Pretty much. Cheerio has hit 181 on the badges. Congratulations. And Amy is on 102. Look at them all flying in. Huntress is up to 7. And I think that's almost broken it now. Too many alerts at once. Because I know I've had people mention that like the announcement and the live announcement ones don't turn up. Or you can't see them unless something comes up in there. And like the role selector is hidden as well for some people. So it happens. It happens. I haven't figured out a way to make it so it only does one at a time. I followed a guide. I clicked everything the guide said, and it still does it. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that Wooloo, because that one's going to get in the way. I need you to become a Squovid and run into the other grass. It makes this much easier. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we get one. I do find it quite funny that we got Scatterbug 2 days in a row to be added to the Scroll of Destiny. But hey. But yeah, as we said, so when we do the evolutions, I guess what we're going to say is you need to take a photo of the one you catch. Of the Pokedex of the one you catch, not the one you're entering. Because then that stops any chance of... Because it will say on there what you call it as, doesn't it? So if I evolve this Ivysaur, which I'm not doing because it will break everything I've set up, it'll say I met it as a Ivysaur, even though it's a Venusaur, right? Ivysaur's putting in all the work. But a little Squirvet. We'll see. We'll see. But how was everybody else's weekend? I know we've had some more people coming. Did you all enjoy yourself? I'm intrigued to see what the new Gacha collection's going to be. I want to be surprised. I know you've mentioned the theme. I know I missed most. I did go and I think we managed to keep the streak alive Sunday morning. But I think the moment you went live was the moment I walked out the door to go out and about. So I have to try and reverse and get all of my streaks back. Just a chilled weekend, trying to rest your leg. Hopefully it is starting to get a little bit better. You finished the crochet for your D&D dice bag. Played some Pokopia. Nice. How are you finding Pokopia? I did pop over to the Cloud Island yesterday and we had another Mew sticker, which wasn't much help now. I've got two stamps this week, because I've got no 3 stamps. I've got 2 Cloud Islands and a main island, and that's all I pretty much do now. There is a wish cache in the chat, if you would like a wish cache. I feel like I might need that. I've seen people selling Pokemon Pop-Tarts from Target on eBay for $25 dues. That's crazy. I don't even know what that flavour would be. So far so good. I got to the point of making the leaf tent nice. I think one of the more frustrating things about day 1 of Pokopia is it takes a day to build the Poké Centers. So it almost stops you advancing past day 1 in like the first area, unless you manipulate time on your computer or Switch. Has anyone actually done the Sableye event yet? I know it's on there, but I haven't touched it. Dun, dun. But we have one target done already. Will we hit 2 today? The irony of it all is it's probably the newest of the players is the one that got the shiny first. But I'll probably put a little announcement in the rules with a tag to all the channels so everyone can follow them. Like, there's not going to be too much in them. I will leave the shiny updates available. So if you want to be the one to post your own, you could do that. If you don't, again, it'll be a poll. See how everyone reacts to it. But I just want to try and encourage it not be like, GG, or I was going for that, or that sort of reaction to things. You get what I mean? That's the thing I'm trying to protect. Oh, Rob is up to 21. Welcome in, Rob. How are we doing today? We can go here now. You can also follow along with Level Up Rob, who has been doing some starter resets in the Fire Red Leaf Green. He currently has 2 setups of both games. He doesn't just focus on those games though, he does do a lot of shiny hunting across the board, but if you ever want to discuss a lot about how 3DSs work and Lego, it is always a good place to go and have a conversation about them all too. It's bad. The vacation is over. You have to go back to work. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, you don't have to. Yeah, there we go. And he also has a very fun emote to upset the people that get upset by 2 numbers. We won't mention the numbers because I don't care. They don't bother me at all. They're just numbers. Hello, JPC. I am doing good. How are you doing today? We are flying through these encounters now. And Rob, you'll be happy to know that I did finally get the auto tracker to work. Auto counter to work. I don't know what I did or what was going wrong, but it finally seems to want to work. So that was nice. I want to keep buying the Pokemon stuff and Lego. I have to go back to it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But hopefully it's not too much, and it's just going to be a nice easy day for you. You haven't looked into it yet? I was getting very frustrated, to say the least, because how my setup is different to how it's meant to be done. But I set up a dummy tracker, which was just brand new, doing everything the guide said, and bing, 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 worked. Then I was trying to get it to work on the current one, and it just wouldn't do it. Same picture, same screenshot, like, didn't want to do it. And I clicked one button and done. I'd have to set up 4 of them to get all the encounters working. And I could get a couple to work, I will say that. On Like, it isn't as difficult to set them all up, I don't think. As long as you don't have lots of overlays. I think the people that are going to struggle are the people that have lots and lots of overlays. So for me, it's going to be pretty basic. Like, the switch screen never really changes. But if you do 2 one week, and then for the next week, you're going to have to do setup every time, which I think could get a bit annoying. You're going to take a look at sometimes when I have time. Yeah, I get it. I completely get it. But if someone as simple with technology as me can figure it out, I believe you can master it too. Oh, we got a square of it ran into me. Didn't want the square of it. I don't mind pressing the plus that much. I know, yeah. It's not as bad, like, as some people make it out to be. You can also follow along with Ghosty Who did a Kanto challenge with the community to get the whole Kanto deck shiny in just over 24 hours. If you watch out for June, you can join the Johto challenge. So if you are interested, follow along, see whether they can complete June for Johto and further dexes throughout the rest of the year. Good morning, Michael. How are you doing? You do need to lurk and work. No worries, no worries. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully, I can get a shiny today. This is day 3 for me. You are doing well, that is good to hear. I'll make sure I call out all of the PCG encounters for you, so we don't get any misses. And JPC is up to 11. Very nice, very nice. You go to hunt Johto Pokemon in June. No, it's a challenge that Ghosty does, a 24-hour to get the whole dex shiny. So if you follow them, you can see how it goes. They did Kanto. They're going to do Johto in June. Shiny, all the shinies. Yes. It's a bit of one of those 24-hour challenges. But they did it, so hopefully. Can I help? If you follow along with them on Twitch, you will hopefully be able to see how it all works, and what games you have access to, and all of the setup that they do for it. Can you send a link to their channel? I'll have to wait a moment because I don't have the opportunity to do another shout out. At the moment, because it goes on like an hour-long cooldown. So we'll have to wait a bit. They will probably make an event on Shiny Dex too. So that is somewhere to check it out. But it probably won't be up yet. Yes, we are still on Route 1. I personally would like to get one on each route for this challenge. Somebody has got a Torkoal for the challenge already. So we have one so far, which is nice. But little by little, we'll get there. I've done my Cherubi checks, so that's all I can really do for that. I forgot to see whether Applin turns up in the grass somewhere. But I was late to online class, but the clutch did nice. Hopefully it went well, and it is all going smoothly. We may have to get rid of one of these two, because they don't run, they just get in the way. I need to get the Squovits to go in the other grass, like before, and I don't know why they ran away. So we'll get the Nickit, just to get rid of it. We'll probably get rid of the Wooloo. I'm trying not to do these, because people have asked for them, but for this stage of it, I need to make sure I can see everything. I think this is going to be the one we get the most dupes of. Because I think Squovit is in quite a lot of grass. Oh, Rookedy's just as bad. It flies all crooked as well. At least Wooloo stands still. What, get rid of the Rookedy? See how that goes. Yeah, we'll get rid of you, because you're going to annoy me. Don't want you there. Need it to disappear. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, that's... Oh, it just literally ran away. That's not the plan. Right, next up is... you can also follow along with Trojan, who does do some shiny hunting across the board, a little bit of the Genshin games, and the gacha stuff. So if you are interested in them, you can follow along with Trojan as well. But thank you for the shiny luck, Ben. We might get this. We might get something today, right? I will say I got incredibly nervous when I saw that they had scored in the 96th minute. And there is Elite with 148 on the badges. Welcome in, Elite. How are we doing today? You walked 100k this week. Probably not even 10. Probably not even 10. I mean, that might be a lie. I did walk to the bus stop and around town. Not Scraggy, but you did see Scrafty. Indeed, indeed. Yep, we are slacking. I'm nearly at level 59. Does that help? Does that help at all? Is that helpful? I don't know what I get for the next level. What should you name the first shiny? I really don't know. 96 weeks in a row. GG. If you're playing it in Scarlet and Violet, I don't think you'll get your favourite first. You'll probably get a completely random one. But what... oh, Obstagoon. You could go for Zigzagoon. That will take a while to get, but I wish you good luck if you do. And 16 badges for Arsena. Welcome in. Hopefully you are well too. Because that's what, 100k a week is what? How many a day? Give or take? 15, 16? And Milky is up to their first badge. GG. Congratulations, welcome in. Scraggy approves of this. You could, it's up to you. It's only huntable in Scarlet Violet. Be in the Breloom. Is Breloom not even in like a radar or anything? Hey, it's not a problem. It's my way of, I sort of always say the badges are designed to cover up for streaks, because people can easily miss streaks. So I don't really want to force people into doing the streaks. Obstagoon is only huntable in Sword and Shield. It lies with the kilometers. It probably does. So the idea is you can collect the badges and slowly and surely get to pick some of the shiny hunts for me. There is a Goldeen in the chat if you would like a Goldeen. Feel free to catch. But yeah. Problem is I probably can't walk that far a day. There's not enough hours in the day to do it. What Pokemon is only in one game exclusively, excluding Go? It's such a long list, to be honest. She was just huntable with Beatus. I think someone said it was only in the Safari. I don't think that is Safari. What are Pokemon that are only one game excluding... Like, a lot of the stuff in this game is only in this game. If you go through the Galar decks, we're not going through every single thing, but we'll go through like the first stage of the evolution. So it is Blipbug, Wooloo, Galarian, Zigzagoon, Nickit. No, Nickit's a lie. That's now in ZA. The new Regis, yes. Galarian, Corsola. A few of the things that are called Galarian. Some are not, some are. It's quite a long list, but it's a lot of the stuff that is only the Galar Pokemon. But they're not all called Galarian ones. But I have been good, Arsena. How have you been? So we can get Sean on the Breloom, or at least the Shroomish hunt, during Safari Week, maybe. I know you usually are supporting a lot of people during the events. Might be something to try out if you have access to it. Maybe we'll finally get Black and White on the Switch. Maybe. Maybe. You got Master Ball in both singles and doubles. Nice, nice. We can go to this now. But you can also follow along with Arsena, who does do a lot of Pokopia. At the moment, still looking for that last recipe, but is also doing a lot of champions, as you can see, masterable level. So he knows what he's doing. If you want to get a little bit of a beating at champions, that's the way to go. But there's also some shiny hunting there as well, so feel free to check out and see what he is up to. Thank you for the hydrate, Elite. But yeah, Michael, it's pretty much too long of a list to go through everything that is only in one game. The reality is it's pretty much everything in Paldea. There are some exceptions, things like the Tinks, and a couple that are in ZA. When it comes to this game, it's pretty much anything that is not in ZA or Scarlet and Violet is only available in this game. Elsewhere, I think every Pokemon is available in more than one game. Well, technically everything. You can use every Pokemon into every game. In which game, Elite? In which game? This game? Well, we're just going to go with the Wooloo, because it's the fun one. I think you're going to go with Lily. No? Yeah, Lillipup. You're going to go with Lillipup. Is that what I think you'll go with? Bit of. Close. I knew it would be a Gen 5 one. I just knew it. Count the days. 37 left. Not long. Not long. Maybe I will finish on Route 1 by then. You never know. It could have happened. I don't know how, but it might have. We'll get there. We will. We promise. We're not going to hit 10,000 encounters, right? Will we? I don't know. But at least it'll be worth the wait. Once you get it, you'll be extra excited. You'll enjoy the games. Relax. Play them at your pace. There's no rush to finish them. There's going to be loads of people out there that can help with any sort of guides or assistance you need. Aren't you leaving route once you get to see? I'm not even looking for the sheep. I'm trying to get one of the bugs. If I'm honest. Caterpie is the biggest priority of this area. I'll have to play them on Fridays because you go to the gym for 6 hours on the weekend. Nice, nice. Then what? We go to Route 2. And do Route 2 once. Pretty much. That's pretty much all that we're going to be doing. I want to get something on each route for this challenge. Oh, we hit the Adlands, so we will pause for a moment. But you need everything. I do personally, but there are a lot of people want to do a lot of Route 1. I don't want to spend all of my time exclusively on Route 1. I want to mix it up a bit at the end of the day. And of all of routes that I've put the guides up for, this is the one that most people are targeting. When it comes to like Route 2, there's things like Lotad, CDOT, because that one is impossible to set up without anybody using the shiny charm. You can get the shiny charm the moment you get your starter. And I don't want to have to do extra policing. I don't personally enjoy the Paldean games. They are very exhausting. You can make shiny sandwiches within the first 5 minutes of the game. So I don't want to include that. I know that most people would do it honestly, but there will be people that will come in and do it the more extreme way, which I don't want included. I'm trying to do, like, my project was always to do this as the fullest of full odds. So this is the only way I can do it that way. Scarlet Violet is too difficult to stop anything being manipulated. The difference with Scarlet and Violet is I think you can actually catch everything as well. This game is a bit more difficult because you can't catch anything over level 20. But we said Scraggy's in the game. Scraggy's in this part of the game. Maybe you'll have to jump in and do the Scraggy hunt. It's not very popular, but Patrat here specifically for the shiny hunting in Gen 5. Watch Dogs Illuminate ability. Okay, nice. That makes sense. Maybe that's what we'll do. No, you said you wanted to... I did want to do this solo. But a lot of people showed interest, so we've opened it up for people to join in. So... I wouldn't not even attempt the one in Sword, Scarlet and Violet solo. It's too frustrating to shiny hunt in there. It also feels very boring. If you do it for too long, like I can do an odd day in there, but there's no way I can do that. But thank you for the lurk, and hopefully, and the luck on the shinies. I'm hoping to get one. I would like to at least be on the leaderboard, or on the board. Plus it can learn Super Fang, Thunderwave, and Hypnosis. So it's kind of broken, right, for shiny hunting with it. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we've been grinding away on this, so we're doing well. One day we might get more. I've also said I might do this in the background as a personal project as well. The problem is I don't like doing 8 or 9 hours of shiny hunting. It doesn't really fit my headspace. And I like to be chatting away when shiny hunting. Hence why we do all this. The only thing I do need to change is I wish I could get this to be set up to go on the word encounter and make that actually work. But I can't get it to work. I've left it back on Ivysaur, so I can't really swap game at the moment. So that is a couple of things. But it's nice that it works. We've already done, what, nearly 300 encounters today. And because I don't have to have that moment where I stop to press the button, suddenly it feels like I'm doing more. I didn't really realise it would be that much difference, but hey, that it is what it is. I'm still dreading going for some of the fishing stuff, but hey, maybe I start the fishing soon. Maybe we try for the Pukamuku. What I need to know with this tracker is whether I can save the screenshot to work on any tracker, if that makes sense. Do we know if that's possible? So if I change what my target is, do I have to take a new picture or can I use the same one? Because the reality is, if I go to Route 2, I'm going to be using the same thing at the top. It would be nice if I didn't have to do the photo again and have to go through the stress of getting the photo to work. But I don't know, is that an option? Or do you have to set it up per hunt? Because the reality is, if I'm using Encounter or Ivysaur, it should instantly take it, right? I don't know. We will have to learn more. That's the big term, right? I haven't seen a way to do it, but I've tried reusing a picture yet. It's more that there's something on there that sort of says you can load a preset or load something. I didn't know whether it just meant I could save this. Because at the end of the day, this is not... The way I look at it is everything on that page, there's nothing to realistically do with the first page. If that makes sense. It's just something that takes a picture or registers a picture. If that makes sense. So I don't see why you couldn't save it and then just move it to another tracker. If it's the same game, same trigger. I did see something about preset, yes. Yeah, I tried doing it on the one that worked, but it didn't seem to want give me the option to load it into something else. But I don't know, it might be something that's being built on behind the scenes a bit more. I can try and save mine as a preset and load a dummy one. I did, that's what I was trying to do, but it didn't seem to work. Like, I've made like a Goomy one just because I just did the most default thing I could do to set it up. And it was working, picking it up, but I couldn't save it. Well, I could save it, but it couldn't load it on another one. If that makes sense. But again, I guess it's trial and error. I've already set up Route 2 already, so I can probably see if I can just load it on Route 2. How's everyone's hunts going? We're encountering a lot. Did you manage to fix your OBS as well yesterday? I know you said it went a bit, nah, don't like you attitude. But how are your Wooloos coming along? Are they still rolling along? There is a Huxley with 95 badges. I managed to uninstall, reinstall it with none of my scenes. Is that fixing it? Sort of. Yeah. What bit of it didn't it like before you had to uninstall it? Just out of interest. Huxley broke everything again. How are we doing, Huxley? How is the back? 1,800 encounters done. Because don't worry, I've gone through tech issues galore. So I know the stress of them going, I don't like you anymore. Or something. Currently trying to keep the sanity by an hour of hunting and an hour of rough cutting the video. And OBS broke, I think, when I tried to load 2 instances of a plugin. Okay. That makes a bit more sense. Loading preset did keep the regions, the associate picture. Okay. I will have a look to see if I can set it up on Route 2 then, by saving this one now I know it works. If that makes sense. A bit later, see if I can get the same thing to happen, because I can just rewatch my VOD, and that's how I'm setting them up now. I'm actually having to watch this in the full screen version instead of just the stream manager version. So it's working a little bit better. And then I can set that up before I stream, because I can just click to watch a VOD and get the frames that way. I'm not too good with knowing what's good and bad for plugins. I know that some just don't like working with updates, do they? They can get very temperamental. Better than it was. That is good to hear, Huxley. Would you like to continue to be a guinea pig, Huxley? Unless you've been on the Discord, then preferably don't touch anything if you haven't. Let's see. No, I haven't been on anything this morning. So if you get an opportunity, first of all, do not click on anything that says recommended at the moment. Okay? In the Shiny Professor Voices segment, do you have how many channels do you see there? I'm not going to say what should be there. I want to see how many you've got. You have 7. So you see one that says guides, most importantly. Okay, then I don't know what the problem is. See, the thing that's confusing me is some people didn't get the new channels and some people did. And so I've had to put some tags out there so they can see them. But if you do want to have a look through the guide, see if that's a bit clearer for you, who's a bit newer to the shiny hunting abilities. I'm going to do more, so don't worry. This gym is full of women. Fair enough. That means you what? Are you in Celadon City? Or... But... Elite's getting banned by his own emote. But I'm going to build some guides that are also the trade stuff, so it looks like we're going to have to do a lot of trading for a shiny. Probably not. How many shiny doggos did you get, Elite? Wait, oh, Entei, I'm assuming. 7? I expect to see the word 7. Only 3? What's going on? I forgot to do any. I just didn't bother doing any. Is that okay? Is that alright? But you might see that we do have the tracker thing working now, so that's also good. But I know I've had a few questions on the abilities and stuff, so I thought it might be easier just to make a little guide to show them all and what they do. To make it a little bit easier for everybody who it just wants to have a quick glance at stuff. But we're doing well. We're doing well with the numbers we've got. We've done the Cherubi hunts. Why do you have an Ivysaur? Just because it came out of a DA. And I didn't really care what I had. I just needed something high level. Pretty much. I thought it could also learn Sleep Powder. And the other side of it is, if I was doing this solo, I meant I could get the Squirtle from the Isle of Armor and not need to worry about getting the Ivysaur for breeding. pretty much. That is pretty much the only reason. It's not too much to it. Is that okay? Or is it something that you don't like? And I don't want to change because I have to then set up the tracker again, and I don't want to do it. It take longer than Paldean Eggies? Probably. But at least it's more exciting, shall we say. I think it's the best word. It is more exciting because it's so much more RNG. You should use Scraggy as a starter. Maybe. Maybe. So here's the question for you, Elite. If you could pick any three non-legendary or evolved, what would you pick as a starter free in any Pokemon of any game? There we go. That can go to everyone. It is up to you which you pick. But you can follow along with Huxley Rocks, who does do some Pokopia, building away. The Psyduck Temple will be constructed. We'll also do some of the BDSP hunts, learning radar and underground. Owns a questionable video shop and has some 2000s rock music playing away in the background. All while Psyduck is a speciality of his. You've got to put something else in there, really. You can put Scraggy and Kroger, but what would be the third? You can't have an evolved Pokemon. What would be? Tyrogue. Okay, that would be an interesting one to have as a starter. Because of all of the possibilities. And there is a new Bidoof. Shroomis, Vulpix, and Finneton. Oh, nice. 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 Keeping with the more traditional typings as well. I think Huxley would have Psyduck, Marill, and Weasel. Psyduck, Duckland, and Cramorant. Talking of funny pictures, what would your free starter Pokemon be? Non-evolution stuff. If you could have any free starter Pokemon. I don't know if you did get disturbed by the Psyduck Golduck crossover fusion that I sent you as well. I also did a Psyduck Scraggy. There's like this fusion bot thing someone's built on. You can put two Pokemon together. And I was trying all of the Scraggy ones to see which ones look quite good. Some of them are actually really good. Scraggy with Dracofish is actually pretty good. Just put fuse two Pokemon into Google and you'll see the website. Trust me. And you can see which ones you think are best. It became a bit of a joke trying to mix a couple of other things together, and then I thought, why not mix Psyduck and Golduck and see what it looks like? And I don't think you'll ever be able to unsee that one. But hey, that was me being bored last night. And then deciding overnight it would be a good idea to build some guides and trying to do as many guides in like an hour this morning. Psyduck, Horlucha, and Eevee. Nice, nice. He is yellow. Yes, he is. Perfect. Perfect. Another one with multiple outcomes at the end. I wonder how many people, what sort of encounter numbers. Yeah, I said them, I put a couple in your Discord to traumatize you. Scrafty looks good with other covers. It does. Some of them are really good. As I said, Scraggy with Dracovish is actually really good. I was very surprised with how good that one turned out. So that was a good one. Do I reckon that more people are like closer to the actual odds, or are we not all counting our numbers? But my Cherubi hunt got me 1 Cherubi. So that wasn't good. Scraggy and Fungus. Uh-oh. Elite has found something that's going to take all of his time now. Trying Scraggy with everything. It is definitely a rabbit hole that you could lose yourself in for a long time. I will say that. But hopefully you don't. Hopefully you don't. Vero, in the guides, the berry tree map, there's also one that shows the location of the what traders too. I could put it in there. And the thing is, you won't... We could just put it in there eventually, yeah. I think that at the moment, once you've done the what traders once, you won't need to do too much time with them. But we can add one as well. Why not? Why not? I've got sort of a list of things I was going to add, and now I've got to do all of the trade things that we can do and when we can do them. The setup for some breeding, but there's going to be a lot of soft resetting for trades. Also, we are going to do... I'm going to put all like the so self-destruct explosions, and a few things like double edge and what levels things learn them at, so you can be a bit more protected against stuff that could go boom on you. Pretty much. That's, I think, kind of important. But yeah, pretty much. With the berry tree one, we have access to the giant tree, but the Pokemon form from it it's in the 30s. Are they? Okay. We won't be able to catch them, but that's the thing. I only put well, the tree guide was what someone else shared to start with, so I only just put it in there. But remember, we won't be able to catch anything. I think the giant seed, yeah, once we get access to them, we can upgrade a bit more. Thank you for the shiny luck, Amy. That's the one off the table. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do a bit more of a guide for it, because I think Route 2 and 4, not 2, 3 and 4 also have some. There is a Minior in the chat. If you would like a Minior, feel free to catch. But that's a preference. I have not unlocked that area yet. I'm pretty sure there is one that is a guaranteed Cherubi, if I'm not mistaken. But I do need to check that. Again, I'm trying to do a lot of it, and I only decided I would do some proper guides, because at the end of the day, I've put the descriptions together, and then I get asked a few questions, so if I can do the guides, there's going to be a little bit clearer for everyone to reference, if that makes sense. Because I know some people, well, I haven't got this ability, I haven't got that ability. That now they can see exactly what it's going to be helpful for getting. So if nobody wants to go for Sizzlipede, you probably don't need Flash Fire. That's the reality. It's I think, what, there's 3 fire types at the beginning? The scraggy route. Is that a good enough answer? The scraggy route. But yeah, I think there's only Sizzlepleed, Growler, Vulpix that are fire type exclusives that aren't from evolutions. If I'm not mistaken. But I don't know for sure. I would have to do a tiny bit more research. There's probably something I've forgotten. And Growler and Vulpix are relatively common on whichever game you're playing on. So it's not too much of a problem. It's just the Sizzlepede. So if you're not going for that, you don't need the Flash Fire Pokemon. If you're not going for a grass type, you don't need the Harvest one. Black 2, why not? Let's say 2, because there's more Pokemon in it. Or to use in the playthrough. And the farm at the beginning is a bit more interesting. Even though I get lost there every time I try to play it. But the OG Dex is good. It was good for an idea, like, but once you've done it once, it's nice being able to use other things. I think it's one of these where if you could have multiple saves on the same profile, it would be kind of nice to maybe always have the first game where you've got to use the new Pokemon only, and then the second playthrough introduces more that spawn into the map. If that makes sense. But that's a me thing. If Paldea did that, well, any game coming forward, that would be kind of fun. You did some Psyduck hunting in the challenge and some garden work, but resting now. We are too old for too much garden work. It would just be Lechonk spawning everywhere. Knowing the tarantulas on Route 1 with the Lechonks. But you could argue that Route 1 on most locations, most maps, is only 2 spawns, when it was just purely random encounters. Like, what is it, 3 in Black and White, the base game? Is it just Watchog, no, Patrat, Lillipup, and Pidove? And is Pidove even Route 1? So you could probably have thrown something else in there. Purloin. So yeah, that's what, like, you could have probably, if they were random encounters, you could have put a few more things in there. You could have probably put some Nimbles in the grass. They're grasshoppers, but they don't actually spawn in the grass. You can also get Squawkabilly above your house at the beginning of the game, so you could have put Squawkabilly there, but it's a bit too strong early game. And maybe Wattrel. So it would have just been changing a few of the spawns, like the beach could have just been Wugtrios and Finizen, but where they're trying to make the map bigger, they would have put more spawns on it. But we're talking, look at the very basics of random encounters only. Which we're never going to see again, let's be honest. We're never going to get a new game that is random encounters only anymore. Which is both sad and sometimes relieving. I think we're very close to some ads, but I don't know what's happened to them. How do you know? It's just the way that they've set up everything now. Like, Paldea didn't even have an option for random encounters, did it? You got any shinies today? No. Sadly not. Okay, we have hit the Adlands, so we take the pause. We will take the pause. It's a bit like I've got Flygon and I don't really need the Flygon, but it just can take some hits. So it's kind of nice to have. They're the three that we took. I could go and teach this sleep powder, couldn't I, if I really, really wanted to. That's the other reason, just so I had that. But yeah, that is the plan. We are at 1,876 encounters. Not fantastic, but we have to keep going and hopefully we can find something. Maybe our luck will turn. But I'll still make the breeding ones that we've got to do. There are still a couple of them left. So I'll have to investigate how all of the trading works and what you get. But I'll do all of that when I can sit down, pay attention, and write that. How many coins you at? Probably about 400 or 500. That's it. Don't have many. How about yourself? Is that a lot or not many? Is that a lot or not many? What you keep spending on? Egg incubators. The stupid incubators cost too much. Pretty much. Is that okay? What you hatching? Whatever you keep sending to me, pretty much. And the Team Rocket stuff. That's pretty much it. I want to get rid of... stop hatching those. Why, are they pointless? Or is there nothing new in them? I don't think there's anything new in them. I know they do. That's why I keep getting annoyed that the bag keeps getting filled up with them. But I just don't really know what to do with them. I'm trying to lower my egg incubators down. How many do you have? What, incubators or 7k eggs? It's full, the box. But I've started doing all of the 10ks and the 12ks at the moment. Been nothing good things for months and months now. Fair enough, but it's also a challenge to do on the Go Pass. So I sort of do it to get it done quickly. I don't really know what to spend any coins on in the game, because there's just nothing to spend on the coin in the game. Like, you can't stock up on remote raid passes unless you do remote raids. You can only have, what, 4 or 5, isn't it? So... what else can I buy with the in-game currency? See, even elite clothing, exactly. We don't want to waste money on clothing. So I might as well do it on that. No, we don't want to waste money on that. I wonder how much it costs to get a scraggy onesie in there. If you watch the Taylor one, and that's the other thing, the storage, I would be spending quite a lot to upgrade the storages. Both the Pokemon and the items. You would buy the Scrafty one. Yeah. I imagine you already had it. But yeah, that's what I would like to spend more on the storage. I think my items is, what, 3,300? And my Pokeball is 950. I haven't managed to max them out yet. I think it's like 4,000, isn't it, the max? I don't know if I get more space for hitting level 58 or 59, but I'm very close to it. So is that must be just items, right? It's just like the things like the berries are such a waste of space. Oh, on mons. Okay. So I don't even have 1,000, so that's why I can't do as much catching as everyone else. But we'll get there eventually. Like, there's not much point doing much of the catching at the moment, because I just need a few candies to complete the dexes. And then I've actually finished everything. Hence why Timber is the buddy. So I can finally tick off the Conkelda and a few other things like that. But yeah, I tried an earthworm raid the other day. Didn't go very well. I could trade it, but I've got to wait another 60 days before you're ready to trade again. And by that time I expect them. I did fail the worm one, yes. Nothing hit it hard enough. I think if I had another 30 seconds we would have won. Well, I would have won. Should power it up. Probably. Probably should have. Didn't really think it would be that difficult. I've beaten things with that, I don't know, I let the computer pick. I think it was mostly fighting types. Sulk and Throw. Breloom was out there. I think there was a Machamp. And a Flareon at some point. And I think a Skeledirge at the end. So, not the best. I think some of my strong things were also not revived yet. Usually Chandelore's used for a lot. Could have used like a Mega Charizard, I know. If it has Rock Tomb, you can do that. You can't do that. Okay, I don't... Again, I just thought it was something I could go and attack by passing, and by the time I realised I had lost, I was too far away to walk back. Or put a team together to do it again. Not the end of the world, it'll probably spawn in the overworld eventually. I don't train up the Pokemon, you know this. I know you can, but when I'm walking it's more difficult to do all that. It was more nothing was really doing enough damage. That was the biggest problem. Nothing was hitting it hard enough to do noticeable damage. It felt like it was just the faintest of touches on it. It was in the red when we ran out of time. Should have invited you. Could have. Could have. But I just thought it was going to be an easy one to beat. That's the problem. I thought it wouldn't be a difficult challenge. Is that alright? I thought I could win with my eyes shut. But never mind. Never mind. There'll be more times to do this. So next time I'll win. Was a hard titan. Not if you've got the right moves. It's not as difficult. It's quite easy to set up on. The Bombardier's more frustrating if you haven't overleveled. There is a Munchlax in the chat. If you would like a Munchlax, feel free to try and catch. But we will have a quiz shortly. Let's see whether we know all of the knowledge. But has Huxley missed his targets again? Is that what happened? Did they spawn overnight for you? How did you suddenly respawn? Go over there, Squirvid, and stay there. We don't need you. Muna might also be one of the targets that is late game, actually. Still lurking, so also want to follow, do a Pokemon drawing community event. No worries, no worries. Thank you for the lurk. Nope. Huxley is not going to get them all. Munchlax has been caught by 2 people. They didn't catch it. What's going on? Oh, banning the PCG. Wrong chat to ban the PCG here. We don't ban it. 4 days since Scraggy appeared. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. That is not good at all. It would be nice if we could have another one of those legendary events. But I did forget to check the challenges, because of course I did. Before I started. I got so consumed by what I was setting up, I forgot to check that. You can't wait to get the shiny Alolan Sandshrew. Should get it soon. Which game are you hunting for that in? But I wish you good luck. It is a very good shiny. Fun fact about that is I actually got a shiny Alolan Sandshrew with a rare mark, of all things, when I was doing some challenge that I was involved in. Miscatches, trade bugs in this week's, so nothing too... Maybe that you'll see what you're looking for, Huxley. People might trade the spider. And there is a breed that spills tea with 118 badges. And hopefully some sleep. So I'm doing good at missing the catches, it's just I haven't thrown the ball. You're playing Moon. Okay. Good luck, good luck. Scrafty. Yes, it is your favourite. Scraggy and Scrafty. The rebels without a cause. No screen. It's 10-minute cooldown on all of the on-screen appearances, I believe, to stop it getting over-spammed. Is that okay? Hooray for spiders. Not sure if this means increased bug-type spawns. Maybe. What did you say? They're all set to 10-minute cooldowns. So if you say it once, it won't turn up for another 10 minutes, and then you can try it again. It's to stop somebody just doing it, putting Scrafty in chat every second. There's also monotype or 8 luxury balls. Maybe I should try and catch stuff then. But we've got all week. I might even be able to put a sparkly egg on. No, a painted egg. A painted egg. That would be smarter, right? I think if we get to 1950, then we might take a little break. Take our little guessing game break. See whether Elite can win today. Painted egg. Building up. Yeah, we've all got that. We're going to go well over 2000, but we're not going to do 2000 before the break. No. It does also mean that we have officially done 400 already today. So that is the big thing. You're going to get Blipbug. Good, that's what I want. Blipbug and Caterpie are the main things I would like. Blipbug because there's not much to get there. Just seeing the luxury ball background too. Yeah, you can pick the type of ball you would like the hunt to be caught in. Yeah, when you set up the hunt, you can pick the target ball you choose. And then it should put it on the tracker when you set it up. I can't remember if it's a pro feature or not. I get confused what is and isn't a pro feature anymore. I'll be honest. It might not be. It might not be. The only way you'll be able to find out is if you go to set up a hunt. I think it might be. Um, I don't know if it's only on the desktop app as well. Again, I haven't really tried setting one up on the website for a while because I set everything up beforehand. I do not have the mark charm though. We don't have any charms in this game. And that's part of the challenge. We have nothing to get stuff. We don't even have the first badge yet. So, yeah, that's where we're at. But this is, like, now that we got this tracker to work, it's much smoother. I probably should just rename it Ivysaur, so I know which one's which if I do manage to save the presets. Or the other hunts. But yeah, that is... I wonder what we can get on Route 2. We could get the Purloin. That's on Route 2. Random grass encounters. I don't really know where the best bit of grass to go. Wait, what is the Shiny Professor Voices challenges? Is it the same? It is an element of the same. We've named it My Challenge because it is encounters only. No chaining, no knocking stuff out, no Dynamax adventures, no breeding if it is encounterable, no chain fishing, no shiny charm, or any of that. It is, yes, that's why it's sort of open for everyone to join in as well. We sort of opened up. It was going to be mine, but a few more people showed an interest, so we made it a little event that people can do a bit of it themselves. But everyone who does technically need to set a brand new save up and not have a badge. We are quite strict at what we are accepting for it, just because we want to encourage the fullest of full odds hunting. So if you go and if you were to take part and you knock out 500 and you get a shiny, we will not be accepting it, even if it isn't Brilliant Aura. Because there'll be no proof that it isn't Brilliant Aura, because you're not going to be able to take a picture of every single encounter you do. That is kind of why it's quite strict, but is also very intense. It's just trying to encourage some of the harder hunting, because ZA and even Scarlet and Violet have made it a little bit easier, or a lot easier than it probably should be. Sounds like a fun, gonna have lots of hours, yes. I think this save file's already got about 20 in it. Like, you are allowed to go and get Dynamax Pokemon to have on your team, but you can't shiny hunt in the Dynamax adventures or breed them down. Like, I know I've got an Ivysaur. We're not doing the breeding until part 2, because I'm treating it as if you don't technically, you're not meant to go across the river yet. That's the other little side twist to it. But considering we started this officially Saturday, one of the community taking part has got a shiny, so that was nice. So we are on 1. That was a Torkoal. So that was good. A good start. But we'll do a couple more, and then we can start the game. Because the thing with this is I feel like we could go longer at places as well when we stream this, because now that I'm doing even less work, without having to press a button every like 20 seconds, we're flying through. And that did include doing all of my tree encounters as well at the beginning, if you see on the tracker, just about. What are we on? 10 hours on this hunt alone, apparently. So that shows you how much we've been doing. But we'll do another 3 after this, and then, as we say, take a little break. We always tend to take the break in and around this time. We'll put a little quiz up for everyone to take part in. It is going to be a Dex order quiz, but I do feel like a potential Mr. Astro might win, if he is still here. It feels like it's got Mr. Astro's name written all over it. Ooh, Caterpie. See, I could probably set this up to actually count every actual encounter, but that is like the advanced stage, and I don't know how much that'll take processing-wise. We're going to probably leave myself in this battle because it'll be slightly easier than stepping out of it. But the quiz of choice today is going to be the Hoenn Dex in order. In order. There we can pin that for now. Unable to pin. Why? Try that again. There we go. So, good luck. It can be answered in any language of your choice, but I will switch the mic and the camera off and wish you a good luck. It is going very well at the moment. Down to the last, what, about 2 rows, give or take. But what is after? The cast form. That is the question. Does it look like it is Shuffit? Unless it is being spelled wrong. There we go. Kecleon it was. It was Kecleon. Then we're on to the ghosties. I did that earlier. I misspelled it. Yep, I get that. I completely get that. I would be awful at this just because of the spelling. If I was doing this default mode, just solo, I would definitely have spellings on. Ooh. Look at the flying in now. How many legends are in this generation? Oh, Clampo. Which way round is it? Gorbis, then Huntel? Or Huntel, then Gorbis? Rally camp. The love this is here. Where do the legends start? I don't know. I don't know how many there are. It's because Sinnoh there is a silly number. Then is it after this the legends start? I don't know. Is there something else here? Yes, here we are. So the Reggies. So what's that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And probably a mythical at the end. What is it? The Lollies. Then is it the well? The snake thingy. The tarmac snake. The flying snake. Then Jirachi and I believe JD with the 61 on that, followed closely by Sean and I'm an artist in third. Thank you all for playing along. We can get back to the hunts, I guess. As we got 1950 at the moment, can we turn this into a shiny? A shiny before 2000 that you got back home and got a shiny Snorlax. Nice. GG. GG. Are you going to watch the football today? Put on your football kit of the team's your Everton kit today, then? Gonna be cheering for David Moyes. Hello, Pixel. How are we doing today? How was the rest of your Cobblemon adventure? We have got a bit caught up in this. I don't have an Everton kit, but I will be supporting them. Well, fair enough. I have an Everton fan friend who's got full-blown Everton tattoos, and him and his dad do. But Everton usually struggle. You stopped early because Firefast exhausted. No worries. Did you go and do anything else after it? Or did you call it a day off too, or an evening off? Because you can follow the Pixel Princess, who does do some Pokopia with a mild addiction to design. Also, it does do some shiny hunting in a lab, some ZA shiny hunting, and recently some Cobblemon, but there's also some artwork and some animal cameos. Uh, Star Wars movies. My favourite is controversially The Last Jedi, followed by Return of the Jedi. I don't really like Empire Strikes Back purely because when I was at school, I watched the first half on repeat, and it annoyed me a lot. 50 badges means you can pick a legendary hunt. Fix out. Um, but I didn't like The Rise of Skywalker. I'm not a big fan of the prequel series. I didn't like the Solo movie. And I've never watched. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What about you, Ben? You would like to add the sweet coon to the scroll? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. And good morning, Bree. How are we doing today? Similar? Fair enough. I'm one of the few people that is not a big fan of Empire Strikes Back purely because of that reason. I pretty much watched the opening sequence up until he meets Yoda 4 times a year and never watched the end of the movie. And so I just got sick and tired of never knowing what happened. But are we winning? Are we winning is the question. But it is one of the very few books I've read. Is Star Wars Death Troopers, which is basically Han Solo and Chewbacca on a station, a space station, dealing with zombie Wookiees and stormtroopers. It is a very interesting book, to say the least, and I want them to make a movie of it, and I would watch it. Winning because I didn't wake up with sky pitch black. There was a glimpse of sun. Nice, nice. I am good. Um, I've been working on a lot of guides to make it a little bit easier. So if you are, we get to the fully awake stage, you can have a look at the guides and see if they are a bit nicer or clearer to understand. Picks out with the Typo Queen title coming in strong then. There is a sound shrew in the chat, which I believe somebody said monotype catching was a challenge. So it is a monotype. It'll be worth trying to catch for the weekly challenges. I haven't finished all of the guides, though, Brie. I've just done one about abilities at the moment. So it makes it a bit clearer to what you would need them for, so you don't have to worry. I know a few people were asking about, do I need all of them? No. And it'll tell you which things to target. And most of them I put where you can catch them. I didn't do it on all of them, but I thought I'd do a few different ones to get the feedback on what people liked and disliked. You can't lose the title, no. You must be the Typo Queen. I'll be the not catch a shiny king, right? In this challenge. Little squovits everywhere. Like, considering that Nickit is here, I think I've encountered one Nickit of all of these, because I've been trying to avoid them all. I agree with the title with Abe, because he is the prince too. Okay, there we go. Everything is sorted out. We've got all the titles in order. You can also follow along with a Brie who spills tea. who has been trapped in a lab looking for a Bulbasaur for what feels like 22 years. Also does Shiny Hunt in ZA, and a few of the other games, learning a lot of the new methods. Does do some Mario Kart, Luigi's Mansion, and some community games like Phasmo, Peak, and a little bit of Metroid for the confusions out there. But no tea will be spilt on stream. There is a little disclaimer about that. So do we. So do we. I think the last time I heard it was 6,000 on the Bulba. What number is your Squirtle on at the moment, Pixel? Is it over 1,000 yet? I know, because are you only counting... Are you counting all of the Squirtles or just the female Squirtles as well? So yeah, so your number's a bit more difficult to know the exact. Are you going to reset if it's a male Squirtle then? Is that what the plan is? It's only going to be allowed if it's a female Squirtle. I just would like anything shiny just to get this rolling. To feel like we've achieved something and we're moving forward with the challenge. No, keep just tracking them manually and all the resets. Okay. Well, if you get the upgraded version of the shiny Dex, you'll be able to use the auto tracker, like we are now. So it might be a little bit easier for you. No extra buttons needed. You're broke? Okay, 6,000 on Saturday. You will try again tomorrow. The prediction is will Bree get the Bulbasaur before May finishes. That's the question. In fairness, it is still technically under odds. It's just like you saw other people do 5 figures on it, but you've also seen some people do 2 figures. Right? Brie knows exactly who we're talking about. That's the thing is, anything that is in the 8,000 one, it's very difficult to really judge what is a reset number that's like on odds. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? And good morning, Dorcas. How are we today? I would like to implement some of it into my schedule once I can actually play through Fire Red Leaf. Exactly. And the Denny's has got their 3rd gym badge. Congratulations. Now what I was trying to say is, when you are at the ones where it is the 8,000 odds and people are doing more than one instance, when that says 1,600, technically they've just gone to odds on 2 versions of it. Dorcas is up to 29. You're good. It's a wonderful day. It is good. I am good, yes. Just would like to get a shiny, you know? We've had 1 shiny in the Professor Voices challenge, so that has been good. You know your friend got the Charmander when she got 10k resets, she was giving up on the Charmander. Go and play the game, then go for the opposite. Already got the shiny. So no rules? No. The one good thing, I guess, is if you are, because you can't go online, you can set up as many dummy profiles as you want to do all the extra hunting. Somebody got the Torkoal. Of all of the things to get first, Torkoal was first. It's a very strange outcome, but welcome back with breakfast. Hopefully it is a lovely breakfast. So, was that their target? From what I understand, because I only know them through the Discord, is they were just collecting items and ran into it. uh, it sounded like that's what it made it. They made it sound like in their message. So we'll take it. We'll take it. And the most shocking thing was it was in Sword, and the area they got it in is the Pot Bottom Desert, which is only level 19 to 24 on Sword. It's lower on Shield, so they could have everything else they ran into probably would have been too high a level. So it's even more amazing. But if people are interested in the Shiny Professor Voices challenge, the information is here. I should have pinned this at the beginning of stream because I forgot. Of course. Every challenge you make has to start with Torkoal. Probably. Probably. I just don't get, like... I think most people are focusing on something on Route 1. That's the big challenge. But I've been trying to put together a few guides to help everybody who is at different stages of their shiny hunting adventure. So like certain abilities that will have better spawns. I'm going to put a guide together with everything that has self-destruct or explosion and at what level it gets it. Just so everyone can check. How will I get all the legendaries in both Sword and Scarlet? Then also how to set up the Switch. So if you're getting the DLC and you get NSO, you can get all of the Dynamax Adventures 47 Pokemon online. If you get the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, I'm pretty sure if you do the online barbecue stuff, you can get, there's about 5 or 6 exclusive to the other copy in the DAs. So yeah, so we don't get the self-destruct. Like, I probably need to put damp Pokemon on a list as well, don't I? Let's write that down so I remember. I'm going to get this Rookity because it's going to annoy me. Because damp will stop self-destruction. I didn't put that one down. Psyduck is in the game. Huxley is already going for it. Yeah. The best thing to do, Michael, is put in Google or whichever search engine you want, Dynamax Adventures exclusives or legendaries. There is a picture that sums it up both perfectly, which ones are and aren't in your game. And if you also check the Sword and Scarlet and Violet, you might be able to get the opposite ones. Payout change. Is there a new minimum? The minimum is $50, I believe. Loader Beasts and some Ultra Beasts. I'm pretty sure all the Ultra Beasts are in the game, in both games. I always grab Psyduck for damp. Yep, that is a plan. Scraggy, they're both available at the beginning of the game. But if anyone does want to join in, the request is kind of that you will join the Discord so we can have communication about it. I don't want to have to go throw shiny decks. If you put something in wrong, I've got to then tell you why, but you can't reply back to us. What, have they changed the Twitch payout then? I didn't think they had changed it. You can find it in Motorstoke Mines too, only in Sword. There's something in the DLC lower, so you can expect payout sooner. Okay. Alright, then. I thought I hadn't missed out. I thought it was always about $50 dues. Let's go. We have to do some catching up now. You can also follow Dorcas Dragon, who is doing a shiny living dex with Mr. Solar Cypher in the Fire Red Leaf Green. It is called the Shiny Living Dex Community Challenge, which can be found here too. If you want to get involved, feel free to have a look, get involved, and get some shinies. But you will usually find her in Viridian Forest, searching for Koki the Pikachu, who is being very stubborn, collecting Weedles, but bringing the community together to enjoy shiny hunting in many different ways. There we go. There is the Koki. I'm just here to get the daily. Leave it as well because you're at work. No worries, no worries. Thank you for the luck. Have a nice day. I might have to trade people for opposites in shields. Yeah, we'll worry about that when you get to it. We'll get there eventually. Don't worry. No worries, no worries. We do appreciate you too. I might have to Zamazenta, Kyogre, Thunderous, Ladius, Zekrom, and Lunala. Well, once you're all set up, you've got home set up, we can do all of the trading we need to do. Let's try and get you through the game first, and then we can trade when we can. If you get on play with someone with the opposites, I'm not sure if he's going to get the NSO yet. He's got a few budgets that he's working towards. He's not sure whether to get the DLCs or NSO, but there's so it's a bit of nearer the time we'll get there. You have a question. I know I briefly came up the other day, but I want to be sure I've done exactly how you want it. Okay, what is the question, Brie? You will get the Sword DLC, but no NSO. Okay. Do you know anyone else personally who has a Switch and Shield? That's the next question. Pokego Walk success caught a shiny Oshawott. Very nice. I believe Oshawott can go in Dex2026. So if you want to, I think it's needed. So feel free to enter it in. Just make sure you hide your town and city. I don't mind you hiding the town or city, not a problem. So if you are in the same room with that person, you can actually do Dynamax adventures on a local connection with 2 switches. If they host it, you can join it. He only has Violet. Okay. So with that, there is a potential that if you're going to get, are you going to get the Scarlet DLC as well? And Spike also hits 135, but I'm sorry if I've missed anything. He does also have Home. Okay, there's a Bonnet in the chat, if you would like a Bonnet. I won't get Scarlet. Yep, I understand, because the thing is, it's just for the context, Michael's getting a Switch, he's getting Scarlet, Sword, and a Mario game. So at the moment, he's limited to how much he wants to spend in one go. That's a lot of chat coming through. Nathan on 55. Do you want others to promote the event in our space to recruit others, or do you want to keep it casual for those who come here? I don't know. I don't mind people showing an interest. If you want to promote it, feel free. The main request is that they will have to join my Discord to be involved. Because, as I said, the big thing I want to make sure is I want to have clear communication if there are questions that, or something is not put in right. I can't have a conversation on Shiny Dex if I'm rejecting something. I can write a message, but I can't get something back. That's the main reason why I'm asking for the Discord as well. Because again, I would like the community to help shape little ideas around it. The web on the Shiny Dex page, it does have an invite to Discord, so don't worry. Just DM me the list on Discord, and okay, so we can switch that out. Yeah, we can sort a lot out. We can get a lot sorted out. Don't worry, Michael. Again, we'll wait till you got it, played through them all. I made a big point to make sure I put a Discord invite in the Dex page, because it's all very well putting it on the Shiny Dex page. If somebody sees it and goes, I want to get involved, how are you meant to? So yeah, because I don't I don't know if you've ever been on the checking side of stuff, if that makes sense. But when you check stuff and something is wrong, the only thing you can actually do is just sort of say, sorry, what is missing? And they can't say, but I've done it. And you sort of go through this conversation of, you can't get a message back, they just resubmit it, and then you just have to keep saying no until they get the message. But when I say I want the community to come up with things that we can do to improve stuff, a bit like, I feel like I stole a bit of the idea of Ghosty and what they were doing as well. The idea was sort of, they put a Google Docs with people requesting what they want first. I've kind of got that loosely set up, so if somebody really wants something early, trying to leave a few targets for people. Inspired. Yeah, inspired. Ghosty's also taking part, so but I like that idea. Like when they started their Kanto 24 hours, like if they hadn't done that, everybody could have just gone for what someone else had asked to do. And it's different if it's late game, but early game, it's kind of nice. So that is good. Welcome back, Mrs. Astro. Like, there's going to be like a limit. A lot of people have picked Route 1 stuff. But then because blip bugs come up a couple of times, doesn't mean that we have to get everything. And we could get, so the second person could just evolve it into a dawdler. But again, the community thing is to sort of discuss how we want to do the breeding segment. But we've discovered a lot about the trading today. So we are going to have to do a lot of soft resetting for trading later. You got to be double sure, make sure you weren't okay with that fingers crossed off. No, it's not a problem. The thing is, the more we get, the more people I can add into who understand the rules, and they can communicate with everyone else as well. So if I'm not around for a day and somebody asks a question, someone like Strick or you or Huxley could just say, we don't know the answer. We'll let you know. He'll be back tomorrow if you don't know the answer. We're a community. If someone do something not forbidden, it's not so much not forbidden, but it's more just, so for Dex2026, I'm quite loose with what I'm accepting. The idea is you get it. There's like a lot of honor system. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's okay. You want to manipulate like an easy, a fun community challenge. You want to use the best of the best odds. That's fine. But this one, I want to be really strict with the fullest of odds. That's why I'm trying to be a bit stricter with it, because I was going to do this solo. And still might in the background. I don't know. But this includes not knocking stuff out, which is a big thing. But thank you for helping out, Spike. Let's please delete the actual name. Right, I've got the encounter. Has the thing come out? Okay. So I can't go on that page. Because I've got the tracker to work at last, and I can't go on the right page. Thank you, Brie. I only have access to one page when I'm using this tracker thing. So yeah, that's kind of why we're being quite strict. So just while we're in the ad lands, so this is kind of one of like the more extreme examples, just as an extra layer, is we put this up. When you enter something in, I'm asking for this page to show that you've got a shiny and you've battled how many. Because I don't want to see somebody put something in who's battled 500. I can't say yes or no whether they did get a brilliant aura or not. That's why I'm trying to stop people going, like, If I could, I would just say no brilliant aura, but there is no way to check it. So this is the only way I can get them down to, at best, 2,000 odds. So that is why I'm using this as a requested entry page. It'll be the same if you get the Dreadnought, which we don't actually have access to yet. You would have to send whatever Pokemon you caught it as the Pokedex. And we have thought of a way to level up, which is curries, apparently. The reason that it has to include 1 or 2 is pretty much Wooloo. Before we really start this, you have to fight at least 1 Wooloo. So, good morning, Varys. I am doing good. How are you doing today? But I may have missed some messages, so I am sorry if I missed anything. I apologise. Yeah, the idea is to have as many people involved, but it's more communication is important. When did you get the Dreadnought? I have not got it. I would be a lot slower, but Pokejobs at the PC could also be used. That is true. That is true. Like, because the thing is, what we were trying to do is find a little bit of a solution around the outside, because you can't go and just knock a load of stuff out, because that will take you out of being able to catch that Pokemon. You are allowed to do the Dynamax adventures just to get some strong Pokemon, ability level Pokemon. So Flash Fire, I've got a Flareon with Flash Fire. On this save, I've got a Harvest Pokemon on another. Again, I've done a guide in the Discord, so if you are exclusively going for fire types, get a Flash Fire. If you don't care about fire types, don't worry about getting Flash Fire. It's pretty much that. The main 2 that I would encourage greatly to get are a Magnet Pool and a Fire one, because Sizzlipede and Clink are quite rare. So yeah, that is an option. I didn't get the Tudor, that's just put in the vault. It's just nice that I've got a good description. With Static, would it be smarter to go for Yamper after the mines, or can you make the lab area good enough to get it? I would say test it. That would be my best answer, because I haven't tried. Like, for me, when I was doing Yamper, I was doing it across the water there. I have seen it in the grass, but I think the simple thing is just to run into that bit of grass and see whether Static or Lightning Rod boost Yamper that much. Outside of Route 4, or where you're at the second one, you will also get Electrike and Pikachu spawn, and Joltik, I think, so it's going to be very hard to isolate it there, as such. I don't actually have a Static Pokemon on this game. It's on one of the other save files. Since after the mines, there's like percent of Yamper is higher, but if the Static makes Electrify, it could double it. Getting the Nickets for the Feeble. You could, like, I would say just put a Static and run through there and see if you think there's an increased number. As I say, like, after the mine, which is Route 4, that's where there's about 3 or 4 electric types. I'm pretty sure Joltik is wild in the grass there. If you're in the right game, I think Pikachu's in both, but it's higher in one, but not the other. I can't remember which way round it is. Joltik is in the grass. Nice. Did that take you long? I have got one in my Switch 2 challenge. But it's more, everything about this challenge is designed to encourage the hardest, most full odds hunts. So with that boost, you will get more Pikachus as well. Well, yes, the only eggs we're going to be doing are the starters. There will be a few more added to the list. I believe Igglybuff is exclusive to eggs. But the reason I'm not doing the eggs is it is a low odd. And what is just breeding numbers in general? Is it still like less than 1,000 even without the Masuda? Like you have to use a ditto that is in your game's language as well. You can't Masuda those eggs. The reason I currently am putting the eggs in the second part of the challenge is because in my head I am not considering anything across Motorstoke as enterable as such. That makes sense. You're not meant to go across that bridge. Everything is too high a level, and there's already too much here, and that's pretty much why. Probably. The fun thing is I've actually made a collection for all of the radar exclusive Pokemon because I want to get a full radar collection. So that's a thing. We were actually talking about this the other day in a few other people's streams and stuff, but on the original Diamond, Platinum, and Pearl, is it? Yeah, you could insert Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald to get more radar hunts. And the question was, do you reckon they would let that connect to BDSP to get you to Fire Red, Leaf Green ones? So, but Jim is up to the 69 badges. Welcome in, Jim. How are we doing? You can also follow along with Spike, who has been doing some Animal Crossing, some Minecraft, some Skyrim, a little bit of shiny hunting too there. But most importantly, he does do a monthly charity stream. So if you do get a bit of time to support, I would recommend checking out one of the many, many worthy causes he is putting a lot of time into. So there we are. There's some chilling. It's like, if you are a little bit bored, Jim, you should go and have a look at Kitty's little sex dungeon that she's built on the Cloud Island. I was swinging around on those chains last night, trying to help catch things. Just don't move anything out. There is one, yes. Lots of strong men in there. Did we what? Uh-oh. Everyone's going in to have a little swing now. There is a Doug Trio in the chat if you would like a Doug Trio. We learned that monotypes is a weekly challenge. So yeah, I know that Kitty and Briggy are building away along the beach. So that is where they are temporary. At first, I thought you incorrectly. No. If you go and visit, you'll understand completely. The reality is I don't know how much more time I'm going to spend on there. So, and Varus has hit 106. Fair enough. We have an interesting clip. If you're going to build one, I guess the beach is a nice place. Exactly, you can have a little wash off afterwards. Of course you can. Is that how it works? It would have been funnier if the shiny had turned up for that moment. But yeah, that's what they have been up to. In fairness, it looks very, very nice what they're building, like a little street along the beach. And we got a few catches. I don't think everyone did because I can't keep up. That sounds like Mrs. Astro knows where the next Jet 2 holiday is going. Welcome in, Mr. Belgium. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Let me guess, you got another shiny legendary yesterday. Maybe I could put the game corner next. Maybe you could. If you are ever considering pre-build, prefurb stuff, the Tinkertonk is now spawned on the island, so it'll take a lot quicker. You're good, but you got the shiny unknown B and H. Nice, GG. I'm glad I listened to you. Not KA19. I was spamming A, and tackle crit A blip. Yep. The reason why I say is, well, blip bug is like an exception in a weird way because you can't overworld spawn boost it. I just don't want anyone to get in a case of, well, you let that person do it, so why can't I do it as well? If you get makes sense. Oh. Dorcas can't share the clip. Haha. You will have to send it to Strick probably. Strick, Bray, Huxley, or Mr. Astro, if you want. If people do Dream Island, may a palm tree for me. I need a bunch. Feel free. I need to put it in forward to the clip. Fair enough. We do have a clip segment in the Discord. I don't know how strict I've made it, to be honest. I guess you can test it, Varys. Maybe not. I can't delete things quickly with this setup at the moment. Yeah, I don't know if I did switch off VIPs or not. That's the thing. Because I'm still trying to reach the next level of VIPs. It's one of my like little sub goals at the moment that I want to try and reach. The one where you have 20 different people chatting within 5 minutes. I can get an extra 20 spots. I think it is. I think the best I've done is 19 out of 20, and you get some more VIP spots. You went with the custom one. I know I upped it, and then I lowered it especially on the birthday day. I did a one-off day where I made it cheaper. Just because. Well, it was a lot because I know Beres mentioned that they had basically got 74.9k, or they had been waiting and waiting and waiting to cash it in at the 75k, I think it was. And literally the stream, between the stream of them getting that high and me changing it to 850 or 85k, they would have to wait another 10k, so it was kind of a way to give back, because Varys has been here for over 100 streams in a row now. Still too low. That's because you played along with Joeflation, as we call it. Sending, you spent all your things. Yes, Joeflation took over. 116 for Mr. Astro. Almost a year. Exactly. So it was a way I didn't realise that they were so close, or they had reached the original target. So I lowered it, especially on the birthday stream. Yeah, it's fixed now. It is fixed. So I was getting, or I am still a little frustrated how often the Joe Hendry ones go off. So I was trying to set up multipliers. So every time it's used, it multiplies the value. But I set the multiplier up wrong, and it just multiplied all three the same. So they ended up at about yeah, it costs like 40k instead of like 1, 2, 3. It's different with you, whereas I can actually decide whether to accept the link. It's different. Yeah, others instantly delete it. I can choose to accept it, but I am not. With how I'm doing the auto tracker, I can't be in stream manager mode. So it's a bit more awkward for me at the moment. And but yeah, it will, yours come through that I can see the link. Non-VIPs, I can't even see the link, it just instantly deletes. If that makes you feel better. Now you're on Nightbot's list. Exactly. But we'll see how often we do this. Like, my goal is to get at least one this week. But I think we could probably push this to nearly 8 to 9,000. I've been on Automart's bully list. Let's just say I got very strict at the beginning with it all set up because I got tired of the annoying view bots you get when you first start streaming. So I think I made it very strict at the beginning and just haven't really loosened it since. It was probably the best way to put it. So that is kind of why it is what it is. I needed it to be stricter. Because literally every stream you do when you first start, you get a view bot come in and go, come and get free, or come and do this to get more views. So you have to just get used to deleting it all. But you set it up to stop it. Exactly. Yeah, I have trimmed my Nightbot down. It does let you put more emotes and more symbols and stuff now. There's probably still a limit, but I think we were on like 10 to start with, weren't we? And people got carried away. But that was pretty much, that is what Joflation is. I'm surprised none has been shiny. I'm pretty much the same. Let it snow bands. Let it snow bands. Indeed. Indeed. Well, that wasn't mine, at least. That wasn't mine. I didn't time people out, just delete the message. You've had 5 in a row? Well, we did say it was the most common spawn. I think the thing that is making this frustrating for a few people is you don't have the bike. It was not yours, no. I think mine only just deleted the messages, so I'm okay. I know that probably would have got deleted a few months ago, maybe 6 months ago. I will say that. Nightbot hates greetings. Don't worry, I'm sure that we could add Mr. Astro banning Nightbot to the list of introductions, right? Eventually. I'm sure it will happen. But I am intrigued to see how many different ones we get. There's actually a question for Brie and Varys, I guess, actually. You'll both be good for this one. JD is up to 14 badges. Without clicking on anything extra in Discord, how many of the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge channels can you see? If you see something say recommended, don't click it or tell me it says recommended. So 8 hours 16. How much would you say I've done? Well, considering mine is 11.5 hours, I would say closer to 1.5-ish, 1.16, 1.7. Okay, do you see one that says guides? I've only ever done... So Bray sees 7, and Varus only sees 5. Okay. Okay. If you go on to the bit that says channels at the top, can you see whether you're following the Shiny Professor Voices category? I'm still trying to figure out why some people can see it and some people can't. It is really confusing me. So, yeah. And it's not like the thing is, I followed a category maybe, yeah, but I don't know how to make it so it automatically follows categories if I assign a role. Can you see channels that are not ticked off then? And are you following the category Varus? I would suggest following the category or at least ticking off the other two channels. Because I'm going to do a load of guides that are going to be for a bit of everything. You was already following? I follow all the categories. All bar the wrestling one, I imagine, Brie, right? All bar the wrestling one. Do me and Varus both have the WWE roles? No. I think it's only... I think it's pretty much you two, Huxley and Mr. No, Pokemon Gamer are the only ones that have it. But that's why I've set it up as role, so I can just tag the role and not everyone. But also, Mr. Astro took the role and he got all 7. So I'm not sure what the difference is. That's what I've been trying to work out most of today, why it works for some and not others. But I think the difference might be that some of you took the role and some of you I assigned the role, if that makes sense. Because I'm pretty sure, Brie, you said you picked the role, and Mr. Astro 100% took it. Given they mod, they don't mod the Discord. Only one person other than me mods the Discord, and they are not in the conversation at the moment. I ticked all still 5. That maybe you also picked the role yourself. Can you see the role selector page then, Mrs. Astro? At the top. Can you see whether you can assign yourself that role? The SPVC. On the role selector. Does it let you assign yourself the role? Because that might be where it's gone wrong. I've been giving people the roles. There's a tandem mouse in the chat if you would like a tandem mouse. And like as we said, Brie and Wall, and you're on your phone, but I'm assuming pressing the emote. Yes, just giving yourself the emote gives you the role. You also reacted to the challenge. Is that just now or before? Before, and you don't see them all. Then I have no idea. Yeah, I think I've had the same, because I know like Bradlow mentions that he can't see the announcement channel, and I don't know what I've done to not make that visible for some people. I've got it, like, the thing is, it can't be completely my fault, because I've had people who have taken the role at different stages, and they've seen the new channels pop up, so... Assigned Varus the role before they reacted. Actually, didn't see the announcement channel either. I had to pin it. Which is what I don't understand why it doesn't let you see that. I don't know how to make it so you can see the category. Okay, so we'll use Varus as a guinea pig in the adverts. Or shall we use Mrs. Astro as the guinea pig? Who wants to be the guinea pig? Who wants to be the guinea pig? We'll find out. Because I know a couple of other people didn't get it. I need someone who's currently in there at the moment, Ben. Who is... I've already given the role to... when baby goes for nap. Well, all I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take the role off you and then see whether you can react to the role. That's pretty much all it's going to be, Mrs. Astro. See whether that works. But don't react to the role. Oh, see whether the channels turn up before you react. And then if they don't, see whether you need to react again. And then see if they turn up. If they don't, I'll just give it back. Uh-oh. There's a kitty as well. Oh dear. Hello, kitty. We are waving our hands because it is Joe Hendry, of course. But how are we doing? I thought I'd let everyone go and have a little swing on the chains. See, Jim enjoyed it. But yes. But you can also follow along with the awkward kitty cat, who has got a minor Pokopia addiction, building plenty of interesting dungeons. Shall we define them as that? So let's see what they do. But they're also in the Griefcase Simulator, enjoying their time trying to get the shiny monkey, as well as learning the underground, doing shiny hunting too, lots of other cozy games, and of course the doggo cameos. Usually one minimum per stream. There we go. Everybody is enjoying the dungeon. You might have to put a little ticket booth out the front and everything, so everyone can... Maybe a waiting room upstairs. You never know. Right. I think we can get one more encounter before the ad lands. Oh, toxic time. Kid. There we go. We got all of the Kid Wilson out of us. And all of the dance emotes. What is it? Were all the hoot hoots in a row? So let's try this experiment then. Let's just get this to go up. Let's try the next stage of the experiment. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? I can't even find my own bit. Right. General. Where is Mrs. Astro? Wait, can't even see. I can't even find Mrs. Astro. I'll just go through the new trainer guides. That's easier. Where are we? Where are we? So much easier to find members by doing this. Right, there we are. Okay, according to this, you've taken the role off yourself, Mrs. Astro. So see if you can react to the thing now. and see whether that triggers it back to you. And we'll have a look. And see if that did work. I'm still trying to figure out a few of the policey bits of it. We'll see whether Mrs. Astro gets everything back. And then we can get back to some more of the shiny hunting now the Adlands are over. And we'll see if that triggers it all if you are self-picking it. And if it does, you could probably try it as well, Varus. See if you can react to actually take it off yourself. Because I didn't even take Mrs. Astro's off, it just said she didn't have it anymore. So, could be a thing. But I don't know. Oh, I don't know. We'll learn Discord soon. We'll get good at tech. Unbelievable techers, as they might say. I do feel like someone else is going to get a shiny in this today. I have a feeling someone will get one. I don't know who, but I've just got the feeling in my fingers that someone will get it. Hoot hoot. I've seen a lot of hoot hoots. I swear they're like the rare spawn here. And Huxley is spinning around. I'm surprised there's only been one. So am I, but I don't know how many people are going hard on it. If you get what I mean. Like, I know the other streamers that have done it have probably done less than 1,000 encounters. Give or take. Because it was only sort of like a couple of days thing they were doing. Or they're only doing like hundreds in a row. I know Huxley's not done too many. Mr. Astro's just doing a bit, not like only focusing on this. And Varus has got a bit under what I've got. I don't know what sort of numbers you're on at the moment. Are you close to odds or something yet? But again, a lot of people might have said that they would like to join, but not necessarily starting straight away. So you're a 2-9, so yeah. I think the thing is, nobody's really hit odds yet. I know we could probably have had some lucky and early, but it's what happens, really. It's always going to be like that, let's be honest. You're at 350, but about to go on and do some more. Take me since you started the quiz to get downstairs. Exactly. But don't overwork yourself, Huxley. Make sure you are resting. We don't want to see Huxley in pain. I think a few other people have also agreed or said they'll join and they're just doing the setup as well. So that is the other side of it. Now, I probably could have, like, the more I do it, I think the more it will encourage more people to do it as well. That is another little thing to note. I want to see him, but good time. Okay, well, Pixels also had a little tour there. You've got a hard water bottle on the back, taking some tablets. Need to keep moving a little bit though, or it will seize up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Huxley's gonna have to take, maybe Huxley needs to take 5 weeks off work. 4 weeks to recover and 1 week to go to TwitchCon. How about that? I think once more shinies are on the shiny page, it will generate more hype, yes. Because it kind of does look, in a weird way, if you're a neutral looking at it, it's like someone's made this event, it's been going for 3 days, and one person's got a shiny. It makes it like no one's really trying. That was the other thing which we didn't really mention. We probably, I don't know if Huntress is still there, but, and also for a Brie. The reason I asked people to do it on a Discord is because I need to put them in as participants in the event. You can't just see the event and go, I want to submit something. I need to add you to the event. But Mrs. Astro, I did see that you no longer have the SPVC role, so if you want to try and react to it and see whether it does unlock all of the pages for you, and we can see whether it does work, and then if it does work for you, then we can do the same for Varus. Otherwise I might just put a message in the rules with all of the channel tags, and everyone's just going to have to add them all manually. See, who said hot weather was good for you, Huxley, right? Whoever said that? It's not good for you. I just find it extremely crazy that the first shiny that we've got is one of the ones that I never would have picked anyone to go for first. Unless somebody literally, I just couldn't see anyone going, I want Torquilforce. Is the channel's not showing for some? No. Even though Mrs. Astro has ticked them all off, she still can't see the new channels, but Bree can. Can you remember whether you got guides? Did you get shiny updates? And in the less likely game as well, yes. So, okay, I think you've got them all now. I think it's rules, guides, chat, submission issues, updates, and shiny something. Shiny updates, I think I named it. I think there's only 6 down there. I think, or maybe 7, I don't know. But now they're all there. So a basic... can you remember, Huxley, whether you reacted to the role or whether I gave you the role as well? Or did you... Maybe I can look at who's reacted to the role. And if, like, I don't know, I don't know if Pixel's in there or such. I don't know. Maybe I could see if Dindo's reacted to the role. Because I think Dindo didn't have them. And I don't know if Varus reacted to the role. I think it's reacting. As I said, I couldn't see the roles channel without looking at the channels list. And I don't know how to get that channel list to show up. Don't really look at Discord. No worries. No worries. It's more just a communication tool anyway. There's a Litwick in the chat. I don't really want to catch that, to be honest. And there is an ape with 19 badges. Welcome in, ape. How are we doing? We're still shinyless, so don't worry. You haven't missed anything here. I can see the roll channel now, but if you changed anything... I don't think I changed anything. But I might have changed it because you said you couldn't see it. Bit busy trying to catch up with the chores. Oh. Well, at least it's only that, right? But hopefully it won't take too long, and you'll be able to relax for the rest of the afternoon. If you're not stuck at the old work. I don't know. Discord hurts my brain at times. I've reacted to the SPC rule. Do you naturally see those new channels now? Like the updates one? Dindo, or not? So maybe I shouldn't have just given the role to people. I should have made everybody react to it. Nobody got the Lidwick. I've been failing to keep up. Got a few things to do, but I'll get it done. No, or hopefully. We know you can do it. We know you can. Otherwise, we'll send someone round there to do it for you, right? We know. I see the updates. That must be what it is then. If I gave people the role, it doesn't work. Thank you for helping out with it, Dindo. And I hope you see the guides one. That's the one I really want people to make sure they can see. I will have to just ping everyone who's got the role just to ask them to react. So they can see all the channels. Yes, perfect, perfect. So that's what it is. I should not have assigned the roles. I should have let you react to them. Did you check? Not yet, not yet. Because of how my tracker is set up, I don't want to open any more websites. Because I found that if I have the OBS running, Google running, and Shiny Dex, my computer just goes, nah, I don't like it. And I don't want to break anything now I've got it set up. So it will be done after stream. It's actually perfect for me. What, the idea of the roles, Pixel, or what is perfect for you? I've become a little bit... I can look at the bot getting notifications. Yes, that's the point of it. I wanted it so if I need to communicate, I can just tag the role instead of everyone. Because like the last thing I need to do is put at everyone, we need to go all out to get the shiny Pukumuku or something. And it's not fair on anyone who's in there that's not interested in this bit of the challenge. The thing is, if it's in streamer mode, none of the pings go through. And the thing to note with Dex2026 is it is going on until the end of the year. It is not a competition to see who gets the most. It is a bit of a challenge to see if we can get everything done. We're at 720 last time I looked, out of 1093 required. So that is very good, from what I remember. So that is very, very helpful for us. But I wanted to make sure everything worked before I started trying to risk more tabs open. That makes sense. Because Google absolutely eats the CPU on a computer. Let's put it that way. I know it does sound a little bit overly strict by saying that I want people to join the Discord to be involved in it, but I feel like it's just safer. But we'll see. We will see. So the other side of it is if somebody comes along and says they want to do a shiny barbecue or badge quest or shiny route challenge, and all they do is get one off each route and continue their adventure, that's all good. It doesn't mean that they get kicked out of there, it just means they can't enter anymore. I don't have any problems with that. But we'll get Pixel. Can one search for moves in PCG? I don't know. I thought it was meant to be you can get some TMs, but I'm not completely sure if you can guarantee certain things. Is there a certain move you're looking for, Dindo? To see what shows up in the rolling fields today. Oh, and a shiny noise from JD. Very nice. If only we could get that shiny, right? If only. So the question is... X move. Is this for one of the weekly challenges? I'm assuming. For the overquote. Okay. Well, Huxley will... No. Huxley? Do you mean sort of... So you probably want, what? Terrain pulse? Is that sort of... Or terrain, grassy terrain? Is that kind of what you need? I don't know if there's a guarantee to do that. But you might be able to see if there are TMs in like the coin shop. The other option is, how boring it is, I would check all your rubbish grass types. But I don't know if there's a way to filter moves as well on the search bar of what your Pokemon might have. But can we remember what field effect moves are? Is it sort of just grassy terrain, psychic terrain, and stuff like that? Is there more? If it wasn't for these painted eggs, we wouldn't worry, right? These cursed painted eggs. If it's easier, if you want, Huxley, if you do it as like a shout out, if it's easier for Dindo to follow as well, so he knows exactly it's the right one. It's up to you. You have 2 painted eggs left. I think I've got 3. I've only got the trade, water, grass, and fire ones left as well. I'm pretty safe. 3 of the eggs for now. But do I ditch radar this week and do a full 4 days on this? Is that an option? To try and get the shinies going? Because it will end up being something silly like I'm the last one to get the shiny, won't it? That's how it'll be. I'll do all of the work and get nothing, and someone will come and do like 10 encounters and get a shiny. But you never know. It could happen. We could break the streak and continue on. Sunny day, rain dance, I think would... main ones didn't do. Do you mean the way to search for Pokemon? I thought it was more to see whether he could instantly teach one of the moves to a Pokemon. If that makes sense. So get a Blossom and just teach it grassy terrain. Is that sort of a thing? I would just search IT Fire and see what fire types. I don't think Sunny Day and Rain Dance would be considered terrain changing either. They are considered weather changing for the technical terms that they might throw at you. I know it sounds being a bit snobby, but that's the thing when I've done Dynamax adventures. They would be the weathers. I think it's like electric terrain and grassy terrain. But it might be set up, programmed differently. But thank you for the follow. Welcome in to... Well, today it is the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge. We do have anonymous follows, so hopefully we'll enjoy our little adventure and see how it goes. The idea is to get a full Shiny Living Dex with the community with the fullest possible odds in Sword and Shield before we even take on the next gym leader. So no breeding, no knockout method, no chain fishing, no DAs. So that is the plan. It sounds fun. It is fun. We're enjoying it. Is it something you would be interested in taking part in? Nothing, just pain. That's just shiny hunting in general, Mrs. Astro. I changed the direction of your gaming desk. Uh-oh. Is it now a streaming room? Okay, so first things first is stay safe, Pixel. That is the most important one. I will see you on the other side. So if you join the Discord, and you should be able to react to the role called SPVC, which is here. That has a bit more of the rules. No, that one is to the Shiny Dex page. I've made it so we only sort of ping each other. If you get to join in, I've got there's a channel called Request to Join. So if you just answer the very basics of questions, it's so I can put your Shiny Dex into the event. It is not as much an open event, it's one I have to put the participants in. The base core rules are you will have to start a new save. You are allowed to go and catch some Pokemon from the Dynamax adventures if you would like, which will give you just as a bit of an... Okay, we're in a battle. I didn't realize I'd made the encounter happen. That will give you level 65s, so you should be fine if it's a long battle. I also encourage you to get the watts from... I'll show you on the map. If you can get all the way over to this fast travel point at the digging path, do one round with him. He'll get you about 25k watts, give or take. It's not an exact number. And go around the wild area to get the preferred catching ball of choice, or enough to sell to get loads of Pokeballs. It is completely up to you which way around you want to do it. I see my old copy. You will not be able to use a copy that has a gym badge. So, yeah, this has no gym badges to it. This is our way to protect the idea that there is no shiny charm caught, or no shiny charm obtained. When you are entering photos in, there's going to be a little bit where you might have to do a tiny bit in the Discord. I'm asking for this picture on anything that you are entering in. This is set up as shiny because I put a vault in here. It needs to show the number that you've battled. So it needs to show that you haven't battled more than 19. I'm allowing it up to 19 because there are some story-wise battles you've got to do. And basically 1 to 19 is the same boost on the Brilliant Aura. And let's face it, if we're doing this, we're going to battle a couple by accident. It's going to happen. And if you're going all the way to Turffield, you will end up encountering a couple. So that's kind of how it is. So that stops people being able to get 500 knocked out and then doing a Brilliant Aura, which is really low odds. There's everything currently on the Shiny Dex page. It is going to have a minor update after some research. Is what we can catch right now. I've put it down that you can pick up to 5 that you would like to hunt first. You don't have to put 5. If there's one thing you really want, put that one. There are some already taken. The idea is it's the proverbial gentleman's agreement that we do not touch them in the first few weeks, maybe the first month. What you may notice is there's a lot of Route 1s, so it's kind of... if you get the Route 1 one, maybe you just do your evolution. You can do, if you are someone who has sword and shield, you can set up a sword and shield save. I have no issues if you want to do more than one save. We aren't doing breeding yet. My plan is to do the breeding in part 2 when you can get to the daycare center between Turfield and Holberry, so the first two gyms, because that area is really short. But the questions I ask is what game you're playing, because it does matter for certain things. I'll go through that in a second. What your starter is, because that will define your Alolan game, your Alolan starter you're given. Your shiny Dex thing, so I can add you. It's just so I just don't want someone joining or putting something in and I got to try and explain why it's wrong. If there's something wrong, I want to be able to do it in the Discord. Have a bit of a conversation and have ideas. If you see the event and you see that I've missed something, tell me. I don't care if I've done something wrong. I would like to be told I've done something wrong with the Dex entries. I've missed something. I've put something in we can't get, etc., etc. And the choice of hunts. But again, there's 300 odd. It is going to go up a little bit because I found out that the trades on the Isle of Armor are not shiny locked. So I will be adding some of them in, but only if we can get the original first. So that'll be the Zigzagoon, a Linoon. I don't actually know how many more we can get right now, but we'll worry about that soon. Just be careful if you do too many DAs, because they do count as battles done. I've done a little couple of guides on that, so if you... I'm talking to you as if you don't know as much shiny hunting, because I don't know how much you know about shiny hunting. So if you do know a lot, I'm sorry if it sounds a bit basic. I know we've got different levels of shiny hunters here, some that are doing it for the first couple of months, some that have been doing it for 10, 15 years. I have put guides together with the abilities that get you more of a type spawn and where you can catch those Pokemon. I've got a Flareon that I got in a DA for Flash Fire on this save. I've got a Harvest Pokemon on another save, etc., etc. It's all set up. You can do trade evos if you want to do them. If you've got two systems, you can do them yourself. If you want, you can come and join on the stream and we can do them on stream. You can get them done. I have no issues with that. I know Professor Oak's challenge is typically no trading. That's why we're not branding it as a Professor Oak's challenge. If you do fishing, you must run away from everything. You can't knock it out. Preferably not catch it all too. Yes, it's going to be horrible. But it's to test our full odds temperament. The reason I asked mostly about the game is in Shield, on the DLC of the Isle of Armor, the Pot Bottom Desert has lower levels than on Sword. So we will probably be encouraging the Shield players to target that area at some point. Not now, not day one or week one. But if we get to like 200 and all of them are still needed, like basically we're just sort of going to go, if you've got Shield, can you start doing these? Because the only thing Sword needs to get there is Rufflet. Perfect, perfect. But I'm also going to do a guide for... I need to get a damp one, so to stop explosions. I'm going to do one that has all of the self-damaging moves and what levels things learn it at. And little things like that. So everyone is prepared. And the trading guide. But the main reason is just to have fun. I know it sounds like there's quite a lot of rules. But I was going to do this as a solo project. Do my own Shiny Professor Oak's challenge. Oh, we've hit the ad lads. We will pause. But it is the chaos we've created, right? We wanted this to be difficult. We've definitely done that. We have one shiny so far for the community. So it'll probably take you, if you are speedrunning it, I reckon about an hour and a half to get Fly. If you don't really care about too many DAs, you could just do one. As I've personally picked two for a couple of reasons. I did 3 on each save file. And I did 4 save files, because again, this was a me project. So I've set one up with all the starters that can trade with each other. If I wanted to do 1 save file with breeding, if I wanted a dual hunt, I've got 2 save files up and ready to use. So that was the goal, the theory, the madness in my ideas. But I hope you will enjoy the challenge, and that's the key thing. But if there are any questions when we're not live, don't hesitate to ask them in a Discord. I will try my best to answer them. If I am delayed, please be understanding that we may be different time zones. I may be busy, you may be busy. You can go and catch something in a DA, yes. So this is what I've got on this save. I've got an Ivysaur, a Flygon, and a Flareon. I basically picked this because it had Flash Fire. This could get Sleep Powder if I want it. And I did get a Staryu for Illuminate, because I'm personally trying to do random encounters at the moment. You can catch anything that gives you a boosted spawn rate. It's just, this page is where I'm being very, very strict. So, actually the example is, so I've done some stuff in the Crown Tundra. I've battled an Abomasnow in a DA. No? Did I? I must have run into it to test something. So like this, it says 0 because I've got a shiny Volt. I've never actually battled a Snova. But that's kind of why I'm trying to get that picture. Okay, so Wishcash. Nope, that's a shiny Wishcash, isn't it? Of course it is. What have we got that is not a shiny? Okay, so Flareon is probably your example. I met one in a DA. I've battled one, so if you do too many DAs, you're going to be in a situation where you could have hit 19 or 20 battles, so technically I wouldn't be accepting it. Like Flareon's an extreme one because you don't get wild ones, and we need this in the first segment, so Eevee's going to take a long time to do. But there are some others, like things that I... Actually, why is that on there? Maybe they don't count. Number of battled. We battled the Copperage, and we lost to the Copperage, didn't we? Yeah, so that must be what it is. Trying to remember what we've got. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. Like, you could make a team of 6 from DAs if all you want. It's kind of your choice what you would prefer. I'm not saying you need the abilities. The abilities is a preference. If you want to get the grass types, you probably want Harvest. If you don't want to touch a grass type, there's not much point getting Harvest. A couple of things like that. The reason I suggest Watts is, again, to get lots and lots of Pokeballs. And the other thing is, DAs can give you the Diorite ore, which you can turn into the Amorite ore, which can then get more Watts, because, let's be honest, we're going to have to do those fossils at some point. So that's going to be fun. You can also get the stones and everything. Like, if you catch a shiny in a DA, keep it. It's just not going to count. I have no issue. Like, one of the things I kind of was going to also tempt myself into doing was actually a DA collection as well. I want every Pokemon shiny from a DA. But you're at 1 in 300. So, it is up to you. I have tried my best with what I can find for guides, but like, I've put Galarian, Slowking, and Slowbro in there, and either I have taken them out or I need to take them out because we can't get them yet. Which is the key thing. We do have a nice mix of people on both games, so... but is there something that you know offhand that you would really like to go for? As well? Like, mine says Blipbug. I don't really want Blipbug that much. I want it for my own personal challenge anyway. You love Choodle, so So sort of Choodle slash Dreadnought. So the chances are if you were to get the Choodle, you probably would just evolve it. When it comes to evolution, there's two things. One, actually, I think we need to double check that. I can't remember when the Pokemon Jobs actually becomes active. But the other one is you can do curries. They get you a lot of XP. The reason we sort of looking at other solutions is you can't just go and battle things. If you feel more confident to unlock the whole game, just as in when I say unlock everything up to the first gym, is battle all the trainers so you don't accidentally battle them. We have little Ivysaur Wiggle. I have a few jobs. Okay, I wasn't sure. Because you've got to Turffield, haven't you? I think you have. I think maybe Hop tells you about them on the way out of Motorstoke, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't even started touching Route 3 yet for this save. I will be doing all of my actual shiny hunting on stream, but when it comes to advancing and unlocking the route, I will do offline because I'm not going to do in Twitch. You selected the SPC full. Is there anything I need to do further than that? Can you see the channels for the Shiny Professor Voices? We've actually been having conversations about whether this is actually working today, which has been kind of nice. So you could be our test. I'm hoping it's unlocked a load of channels for you. So you should see one that says like rules, guides, general chat. I do. Do you see rules, guides, general, request to join, submissions, and shiny updates, or something along those lines? Do you see all 6? Yes, perfect. So the best thing to do when you get time is just go on the request to join. As I said, the questions are like game, starter, preferred hunt, and shiny Dex name. And then I'll add you into the event after the stream, and you are good to go. If you look at the rules, that I'm still tweaking a bit of them, but you'll see the pictures. You can enter 4 into shiny Dex. I don't know if it's 4 or 5 that's the limit. I do need to check that if we get to the stage where it's 5. Are the favourite hunts the ones you can choose? It's the idea is it's sort of if somebody has requested it, let's let them have a little bit of time going for it without someone else trying to go for it, if that makes sense. So one of the best examples here is Huxley here has asked to do Psyduck. So instead of me going to the challenge beach and trying to get a Psyduck, I'm going to leave it for him. If he hasn't got it in like a month and we're a long way through the challenge, then maybe I'll go for a Psyduck or something like that. It's just sort of to let everyone have a couple of weeks to a month to go for their preferred target. If you see something that you did want, I know you mentioned Choodle, I know it is on the request list. If it's somebody who's put 5, it's not as bad. And you did say you prefer it to be the Dreadnought as well, so you could catch it and make it the Dreadnought. I think the other person that wanted to put Choodle also is quite happy for it to be a Dreadnought. I'm not opposed to you catching something. So say, for example, somebody's put Nickit. This Nickit turned out to be shiny. I catch it. I take the base photos, level it up, save, level it up, evolve it, take the picture of the Feeble, close my game back, and have it back as a Nickit, if that's what you would prefer to keep the bottom one. That is also something you can consider. So don't think like you're sort of locking I just don't think that you're locked out of anything. if that makes sense. Like, the big thing I've learned from this is a lot of people have picked Route 1 stuff. Because, let's face it, it's quite a lot. Like, I've picked Route 1 because where I was going to do this solo, I want to do one on each route before I move on. Seems pretty simple. I did not anticipate nearly everybody wanting Blipbub, Caterpie, Grubbin, Wooloo, etc. So I'm trying my hardest not to touch the overworlds. Pretty much. In case you don't remember the game all the way through, you don't get the bike until you have got the first badge. So there is a lot of just running around, and it's very annoying. But that's just... But once you're at a spot, you'll be okay. You won't notice it as much. But yeah, it's free reign to get the things that are going to be a boost. The other little thing is... Cherubi is probably going to be one of the biggest nightmares, because I'm kind of trying to train myself, minimum, into go and do a tree run every stream or every session. Because let's be honest, it's not going to be fun to do Cherubi. If everyone else could do it as well, but I understand if they don't want to run around the whole of the wild area. So I also need to check Applin for that as well. But in one of the areas, there's a 1% fishing Pukamuku. So that is a thing that we have to deal with. Route 5 is after the first gym, yes. 450, here we go. Good luck, Mrs. Astro. Get the bees. Did you see the bit about Cute Charm, Mrs. Astro? As well. Is there something you were looking at on Route 5 in particular? Pain. Yes, Huxley is in pain. Huxley and Shirio both in pain. Yes, I do. I need the Melcombe or a special Pokemon. Oh, there's an Applin. Looking at Cerebi. There is the energy you can get the Applin. No, you can get... Yeah, so it's going to be a tree encounter. So I didn't know if there was any grass encounters in the Isle of Armor at all. So we may have to do the Isle of Armor headbutting as well. Should be fun to get free Applin. Because I'm pretty sure you can get the sweets quite early on the Isle of Armor. Feel free to do the Isle of Armor story. Get your Cubfu as well. So to be super clear, the desired Pokemon list is basically just for the first few weeks, like until the polite hunt. Yes, sort of like that. Yeah. And again, if there are some that you've seen on there that you would like, I know some people have put it there with the wording. They haven't put it so much in wording, but a few people would like the fully evolved version. So don't worry if you see something in there. If somebody's put 5, it's less of a frustration if you were to take it. It's just to try and encourage everyone to at least get a chance to do their own one that is something that would make them want to do more. I'm sure there's a few things on these lists that nobody really cares about doing. Let's be honest. Or they're easier in other games and people have done them all. Like, the thing I will need to add to the list is if there is any of the Alolan ones that you really would like to get, they will be added to the Shiny Dex page. Or any of the trade on the Isle of Armor. So, from what I understand, Alolan Marowak, Alolan Executor can be traded with the NPC that runs around the island for a shiny. So we are going to have to do that at some point. Which I could see people not wanting to do because it won't be in their trainer ID. I don't think. They're the only ones, I think. But this could turn into a discussion in the Discord, because technically I want the fullest of odds, but technically it's not your name on it, so you might not want to do it. So I get both sides of it. And if there's sort of like an overwhelming, it's not our name, then we will wait till we can breed the others, and we may allow a lowland Marowak and a lowland Raichu from DAs. But that would be the only two I think that are exclusive to DAs. There we go. Shiryu is looking forward to the shows. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the list is currently... I did your request to join. Thank you, thank you. I will update any of the lists, update you into the event a bit later on today. But thank you for showing an interest in joining in. It is amazing how many people actually were interested in doing this. As I sort of said, I set this up to do as a personal project. But the amount of people that said that they would like to try it has been amazing. So even though it's like only 4 or 5 at the beginning, if people see more people getting involved, I imagine we'll get more and more. I technically think we could include curry shinies, because they are 1 in 4096 as well. So that could be an option too. I think it's a fun idea. I love how many are all in for it. I know. I do expect it to be like a few people show interest and probably drop off after a couple of months, but hey, if they get something. Is a shiny living Dex one of each form? Yes, we will get a Rookity, Corvisquire, and Corviknight. So that's why it's not as bad if you see something on there. You can ignore my wish list. I didn't really know. I just wanted to show the basics of it. If I don't get a blip bug, I'm not really upset. I will probably still be doing it eventually. It just means I'll get it later. I expect to probably get Blipbug when we're doing the Isle of Armor, because I think it's in every bit of grass. I expect it to be a phase one for everyone. I do need to figure out whether we should include phases on the records. Because if you... it's only set up yesterday. Evolving it would be good for the SSO. It would. I should get something this week. Welcome back, Rick. How are we doing? Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Thought we would wait until you were here before we did this. Right, no. This one. But you can follow along with Rick, who has been doing a Sableye only run in Oras. With plans to do more in the future, I believe. But does do some shiny hunting as well. So hopefully, if you can, follow along and watch, because there is a lot of strategy going into every fight. And there is some very committed shiny hunting going on too, across a selection of games. I am doing good, thank you. We are just at that stage where we're at 2000 and still not seen something called a shiny. We're just going over some of the rules. I am... the main reason, again, I gave everybody the idea of a role is that if something comes up and we are down near the end, I will tag that role, not everyone in the Discord, so it only will ping if you're taking part. I am going to put a poll up that's not so much the winner is the outcome. The idea is you can see that there is a shiny update channel, I believe I called it, with the Torkoal that somebody got already. My plan is to try and record them all, 1, 2, 3, etc., and put the trainer next to it. The poll is designed to say whether you would be happy your trainer name is said there or not. So I'm going to put Yes, you would like the trainer name. I won't tag you in any of it, because if you were to get a load, and it will get very annoying if you keep getting tagged. But it's just sort of like, a bit like how I've done it at the moment. It says one Torkoal and put the trainer name. So if you want second one, it would say your chosen name and so on and so forth. But if you turn around and answer the poll no, I won't put your name next to the Pokemon. I will just put the shiny as 2 Hoot Hoot, and it'll just won't say the trainer name. So I will be asking kindly for everyone to answer the poll, and no just means you will not appear as the trainer name. Pretty much. So that is the goal. But as I said, I'm building guides. I've done the first half. I will probably be spending most of the rest of the day doing more. Thank you for the lurk, Mr. Bradlow. We are trying to have fun. We'll be getting more actors soon, but hopefully you are having a good day as well. And you are enjoying the sunshine. I heard it is quite warm over in the Netherlands. We are trying to get as many as possible, but yeah, that's kind of been the long-term goal. See, I kind of wanted to do this on some game, but I couldn't bring myself to do it on Scarlet and Violet, because I get... it gives me a headache playing that game for too long, especially on the Switch 2. It's just so much to stare at. I do like the idea of a few overworlds, but I do like the randomness of this. I don't really like BDSP enough to put myself through it again. I do the radar, don't get me wrong, I handle radar, but the rest of it is a no-no for me. But something else that we do here is the Switch to Shiny Living Dex challenge, because if this wasn't enough, which you can guess by the title, is we started this in the day after the Switch 2 came out. I had to start brand new saves on every single game on the Switch that I was going to play, and play through them, a few different mechanics to each playthrough, and then try and get a Shiny Living Dex from scratch. And we're currently on 273. Most of the shinies from this will also be added in to the challenge. So we also let chat collect gym badges. The gym badges will help pick my shiny hunts. For the first 10 you get one, then at 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. At 50 you can add a legendary to the Scroll of Destiny, as we call it, and at 25 badges you can pick a Pokemon that, if it is mentioned in chat, will appear on the screen in some spot. There are plenty up already. If you pick a repeat, it will randomize between 2 sprites. There is a Smoochum in the chat, if you would like a Smoochum. So yeah, the War Turtle is there. I may have to figure out to resize them all, which might be annoying, because they might be able to overwrite, appear basically in the Ivysaur text, which might be annoying. But out of the car, Joe, Pixel is free. She is free. But yeah, any other questions we can answer away? I want to make the big thing clear is that I would like it to be more of a discussion. There is no, it's my way, get out attitude to it. They're just trying to find the best way to do it so everyone can have the fullest odds. 450 ducks. Please. Every counter? A pleasure every counter, I'm guessing that's meant to mean. So every route you need to catch at least one Pokemon. I personally am doing it that way. You can do it whichever way you want. Yeah, you can do it whichever you feel more comfortable. If you want to go and get the route free, stuff free, go to route free. It's because I was going to do this as my own thing. I wanted to do one on Route 1 first. It's a bit awkward if I do Route 1 one day, then Route 2 I've got to set up another tracker and all of that. So I'm hoping I can just stick to this. Oh, not the rookety. Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing. And the Isle of Armor has loads of routes. May you post Pixel Quest invite in the Discord. Oh, you can do. Um, we can set that up. You'll make the post. If it doesn't let you post it, let me know. And just send me how you want it worded. I do know that you're clashing a bit with TwitchCon. So, but otherwise, there should be some more people involved. Ghost type Zamazenta encounter. Oh. So that little path you've been on is the perfect example of why I've set it up the way I have. Because you have to encounter 3 statics and it's going to boost the number. That's why I've done 1 to 19. The dream scenario is it will say 0 for everything you've battled, but it counts trainers, so we're always going to have a few. But I'm hoping we get all of the repeat things out quite early. I know. It's just one of them where it's all fallen on the wrong way round. I had the same sort of thing. I wanted to do a birthday-esque stream, and it fell right on the skirmish event that everybody was doing the skirmish event, or a lot more people were doing skirmish than would have come and done some of the birthday stuff. So I get it. It happens. There's not much you can do at times. Really, is there? But yeah, it's one of those. We'll get there eventually. You know it. We're getting close to the next round of the Adlands. And the other thing we like to do here is we like to give everything a nickname. We pick a theme each month. This month's theme is video game characters. Preferably not Pokemon, and preferably not Mario Kart, because we have done a Mario Kart one. But we have a range of subjects, and we can see how bad I am at spelling while we do it. Hello, welcome back. How are you doing today? We are about to hit the Adlands, I think, so I am sorry about that. You fell out the window trying to reach something. Is that for? Oh dear. Well, hopefully it is nothing too serious. And you are okay? Right? You have to go? Thank you for being here. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day, and thank you for the shiny luck. We will be back tomorrow for more, depending on how we finish today to what we go for. Shiny! Mrs. Astro's got a shiny. What have you got shiny, Mrs. Astro? You've got the Combi? Mrs. Astro, shiny Electrike. Wow. That early as well. Congratulations, Mrs. Astro. See, I told you you would enjoy it. I hope it's not on the list. It doesn't matter if somebody's picked it and you've got it by random. It's just get it. Like at the end of the day, a lot of people are putting the basics. I'm assuming you're just running around looking at stuff as well. See, I knew we'd get another shiny today. But let's make sure, Mrs. Astro. Running around the wrong. Yeah, they do sort of sprint at you. If it. See? Mrs. Astro is popping off here. Has been in the same place for 3 days. You have got your switch synced on the time, right? I know it is still fun to know. But let's see Mrs. Astro get the first or the second shiny of the event. Do you want me to say your trainer name when I share the picture or not? I am going to put the poll up, but I'm assuming you're going to put it all in before I finish. But Mrs. Astro here, looking for her bees, getting her doggos. Trainer name is Mrs. Astro on this game. Yeah, I'll just call, when I say train, I'll put like Discord name, so I'll put Mrs. Astro. Don't worry, I'm not going to put the real name, Jet2 Holiday CEO. But I knew that we would get one. I just had that sense that somebody would get a shiny. See, I knew it would be worth it. We have all of the shinies coming our way. Will we get more? Will we? And there's like me that's like, well, there's two of us that are like nearly 3,000. And not seen a shiny. I say nearly 3,000, I'm not even at 2.5 yet. But let's see, has Mrs. Astro captured the doggo? That's the question. Is it safe, secure, and in the Pokeball? We're off and running. Yes, safe and secure. Amazing work. Amazing work. Now you see why I suggested to do the Watts. Get some Daemons, get some money for the Pokeballs and all of that, so that you would always have a bit of backup. You get what I mean? So that is my think. That's why I was planning so far ahead. Like, even if you are someone that prefers using Pokeballs, it's still worth doing the Watts. Buying something like the luxury balls, selling them all, and getting the Pokeballs basically. So something else that I will also put out there for people is we kind of need to strategically battle the cafe person to see if we can get a sweet or a sachet or a whipped... Is it Whipped Dream it's called? So that we can do those evolutions at some point. But the thing is, we can't only have one person do it. If somebody gets the item, we can just put it in safekeeping until somebody gets that, and we can trade that person the item for the evolution. If we do tick off all the Combees, it's perfect, but we can't do anything else, because I think it might be Combee and Misery. I'm going to need to see if I can get the Star Suite from the Watt Trader. Oh, the Watt Trader does sell them. The other thing is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we can unlock the Cramomatic. If I'm not mistaken. If we can unlock the Cramomatic, then that is also an option. So, but I'm not 100% sure we can. But otherwise it's the sweet guy, the cafe guy. You battle them once a day, and even if we get one, that'll be fine. Let's be honest. That's all we really need. We don't need to go too heavy on it. Because like the only reason we can't do too many is we'll go over the 19 encounters. So I want to be a bit cautious with those numbers. Wooloo! Wooloo! But if we do run out of options, technically we could put it in a different game to evolve the Alcremie, I guess. And the same with the Spritzy. And, Surplus, what? Now the thing is, if we beat them, if we catch the shiny and we don't have the item, we could just keep battling, can't we? That's another way of looking at it. That could work too. I think we finished on 1,500 yesterday, so we're getting close to 900 encounters today. And I did include the Cherubi checks, so that is also a thing. Always worth a try. You never know. You might get something. But this is where it's so good when somebody actually gets one. It's just, if we were doing this in Scarlet and Violet, we would probably be getting one every like 15-20 minutes minimum. But doing this method, it feels much more rewarding. Like, especially for Mr. Astro, who's probably out there full-blown Kid Wilsoning, marching around the house like Obafemi. Look at my shiny. Because it means a lot more than getting the Lechonk running across the grass with a level 3 sandwich. So there is that. I don't know if a Combi can spawn much on the DLC. RKO to Mr. Astro, probably. But then if she does that, she has to do more work with Baby Astro. I know there is an island with Combis on, but we won't be able to get there. I don't know if it turns up on any of the other locations. There we go. We've had the Kid Wilson, and it summoned a shark. So it's definitely toxic today. I might need the shark, so we'll try and catch it. Let's see. Now we'll get Huxley or run into something. Now we just need the other fix. What's the other fix, Gem? I can't say it the other way around. What is it? Who is it? Where is it? Or are you waiting for the magic words? You can't say his name. What? Tyler Breeze? Or Josephine Henri? Is it that? Henrietta. Exactly. And they had that epic match with Santina Marella. We will get there. We are shinies. Because if you just say his name, he might appear. I don't know. And then we can get Joeflation. Because we haven't had much Joeflation today. It's still probably relatively affordable. We sort of had a little bit. I don't think we had as many people that knew their history. If that makes sense yesterday. Because it was also the MFTs, they got rid of a couple of them. We talked more about the shock of the Jeff Cobb being completely wasted. I am surprised that Kofi left. But it was fun looking back at the history of those, the New Day history. Because we sort of mentioned about how they completely dropped the ball with the heel turn. After so long for Kofi, yes. I think they probably wanted them to take a bit of a pay cut. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't try to make Xavier Woods hand over more of up, up, down, down. Because I think his last contract had a stake is that they have a say of what he can do on up, up, down, down. So maybe they wanted him to stop doing it. And he had built that channel. We have the Electric Papa submitted. Thank you, Mrs. Astro. Amazing work. We will put it on to the list of everything. I may make it a view only, a reaction channel. The shiny update one. I'm not sure yet. As I say, I just don't really want conversation in there. If that makes sense. I'm not saying you can't have conversations. It would be quite nice to have it as like a long list of a diary, like of what we've caught. And if we end up, people start chatting away in the middle, it'll be a long way between each gap. So I'll probably make sure that you can all react to it. Again, we'll do some tests. I'll put, at the moment, you can post in there. And I wouldn't have an issue if you literally posted your picture in there. And that be it. But I want to probably be in charge of making sure the numbers are right. Again, it's probably me trying to overdo it all. But it just means everyone can look like, when we got it, like we could say like the 4th of May we got an Electrike, but it's like December the 1st and we still don't have a Manetric or something. And silly little things like that. But anyone who is hunting with just their starter, maybe go get a big boy. Yes, that's why I did make that bit very clear, to try and get a big boy or two. The other reason to do it as well, Mrs. Astro, is backup watts money. Because you get diorite ore, and the diorite ore can be used to buy more watts from the digging guy, which will be important for the fossil stage of this challenge. And looking for the evolution stones. So there's a couple of reasons why we wouldn't mind quite a lot of watts. And a lot of the stuff I put in the guide is in DAs. So the idea is like, even if you don't want to face the legend, you can throw the fights if you want. You won't get as much diorite ore, but if you got a shiny legend, you would be quite happy. And if you just pick something you like. Like yesterday, we actually finished the stream on a couple of, on my backup, my shield save, doing some DAs at the 1 in 300. So, like, that could be something I do on that save. I sort of encouraging people not... I don't have an issue if you do, but if you did want to trade something in to help with encounters, it's not a problem, because it's not really going to change much other than it not getting knocked out. But yeah, that's the little bits. It's like Huxley's got the Maractus, so that for him, the water encounters are so broken, he could become the water trainer for this. It doesn't mean you have to get all of them. That is the big thing to note. Like, you can catch a normal Jigglypuff on the Isle of Armor if you want to get the cute charm. Like, I caught 3 Staryus just to look for the Illuminate ability. But I didn't put... I put one that was hidden ability on the guide, because to change the hidden ability you need like 200 ore. So I didn't really want to put anyone through getting 200 ore. But that does include the Golduck. So there is that too. So we will see. But again, we've got 2 out of 300 and something. Again, I'm going to update that number later today, once I've researched completely all of the trading, as in when you can access it and other stuff like that. I don't know whether the random trades can happen from the beginning of the game or not. I imagine like Zigzagoon, yes, but I don't know whether the Marowak will be early, or the Executor will be early, and stuff like that. The other little thing to note, that if you were to get the Pokemon from the DAs, you can actually look through their movesets in the Pokemon Center to see if there's some movesets that suit you better as well. Like, again, Ivysaur could teach a Sleep Powder, and a few others like that. So we will see how it all goes. But do we hit 2,400? Or do we go for 2,500? Maybe we try and do 2,500, because then we can say we've done 1,000 today. And Politoed has Hypnosis. Exactly. So there's a few little bonus ones. I don't know if there is a Spore user in this game. That feels like a research thing for me as well. But there are plenty of things to get. So that is good. That is good. The door is open for many opportunities. But eventually, if it gets bigger and bigger, we'll have to get some more event guards or approvers and all of that stuff. Or people who can answer a few questions if I'm not there for a couple of hours or a day or whatever. There's plenty to go through. Yeah, so I'm hoping we can just do it as the trainers. Fungus is... oh, yes. So that could be something people look into going for. The fungus. Actually, well, I guess, does Among Us relearn it? Or is it only the fungus that can learn it? So I imagine you could get the Among Us in a DA as well. But I would... no. It affects Spore as an ability. Okay, so it's kind of scary. You can't go to trap because the stupid Slowpoke. Yeah, you catch the Slowpoke, Miss Astro, and then you can go. When you go to fight the guy in the Crown Tundra, just put your starter in your team. Take everything else out. Because you will have... basically, you're going to lose. It doesn't matter if you lose. Okay? But it just makes it quicker your defeat if you only have one Pokemon in the team. Morlow line also has Spore. Doubt we can get that. We can get the Shenodic in a DA. Morlow, funnily enough, is actually only obtainable from encounters post-game. Such a random one. It can only be caught in the fog. So we will actually be getting Shenodic before we get Morlow. It's such a weird thing. Not Morlow. As far as I know. If it is at random encounters. You've battled the Trainogre 5 times. Perfect. Perfect. What, the Slowpoke or the old man not letting you in? It. Yeah, you can't go. Just throw a Pokeball at it. It should just stay in, no? Does your Manectric have an electric move as well? Put your shiny Manectric out against it. It might have static. Like, strangely enough, that Manectric could be very good for electric spawns later. Or your Electrike. Because I think its two abilities are like Lightning Rod and Static. $500. That it? And how many of them have you caught? Or is it the same one 500 times? Because every time I've did the Slowpoke, I literally just threw a Pokeball and it was happy to stay in the ball. What level is your Pokemon at the moment? I'm very surprised you can't catch it, to be honest. Okay, it's caught. Okay. So it's up to you which bit you do next, whether you do go to the Isle of Armor, or whether you do go to... I don't know if you have to go to the Isle of Armor first. That bit I've never checked myself, because I usually just go to the digging par and get some watts. I want your DA, then come back. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Your first DA will always be Suicune, so if you are looking to actually beat it, that is what your water type will be. And if you do want speed, make sure you switch battle effects off, because the DAs with battle effects off are much, much quicker. I think you said you did that, though. There is a Buizel in the chat. Who would like to catch a Buizel? Any Buizel fans out there? Anybody like the good boy? Actually, it's a girl. I know that too, but different. You do multiple instances at once. Yes. Yeah, if you're ever doing it with two human characters, even if you're both of them, it doesn't do anything. You don't need to go to the Isle of Armor, just speak to the train lady for the Crown Tundra. Okay. I would still suggest going to the Crown Tundra, the Isle of Armor, to get watts for more Pokeballs or more money, whichever you prefer. You can get quick balls off of the watt traders as well, which would be nice at some point as well. So there are a couple of little things to take note of. If you're only going with Pokeballs, so I did both my saves together. Okay, and you got Palkia. Okay, that's interesting. I did not realize it could be random that way. I guess technically it's treating it as random rather than the tutorial. Did the guy still pass out at the end? If that makes sense. Or do the story continuation? Only Huxley got the weasel. Uh-oh. That because you shared an emote of it. The rest, the same old. Okay. That's interesting. How many did you set up for yourself, for your team as such? Did you do a full team of 6 or just get a couple? You serenaded it with the emote. Of the people that know, does damp only protect from explosion and self-destruct, or does it prevent memento and stuff like that? I did DAs, did a couple of DAs to get the mons, weren't any good, so didn't take it. Fair enough. I'm gonna go to the fight with my sleeping electric pup. Uh-oh. That'll be quick then. I think the only explosion and stuff, but we'll go. I can Google. I was just seeing if anybody knew offhand. But thank you for looking if you are. I will still make a list of other things that self-KOing moves to watch out for everybody. It may take all afternoon / evening, but I was going to make this. I think it's kind of important early on. Because the last thing I want is somebody to go, I'm going to go for that, and it went boom. Ghost with curse. Okay, curse. We will put curse. Memento. Explosion. And self-destruct. But I'm also going to look at recoil ones. Only explosion moves. Okay. Thank you for checking. Have a good rest of the day, Pixel. We will do some sharing after stream and everything. I will get to it. I'm probably taking on too much at the moment, but I need to. I want to get it all done, but I probably should pace myself through it all. Probably the best way to put it. Parastrong, but that is usually pretty high level. Okay, we'll put that down. I will do every level because I know somebody might go, oh, there is, I know it's not in the game, there's a Geodude, what level does it learn explosion? And they can instantly pivot into that guide. And go, oh yeah, it won't learn it, it shouldn't have it, I'm safe. But I've got to look at things like double edge, takedown, and stuff like that. Which is kind of funny, because Kitty did the share a clip of me in the shout out yesterday, and it was me failing a Marrow because it used double edge on me. Which is kind of funny. Now, I don't think many will. It's just when I'm in the mood to actually just focus on doing it, I'll just do it all instead of take my time. Like you can see with, like, the guides are not perfectly visual, but they do what they need to do. That's the kind of guides I'm doing. I'm not doing the prettiest ones. I'm doing the ones that are easiest to read. I might even do like the version exclusives as well. Put that in there. Oh, we've hit the Adlands, so we'll wait. And then we'll get back after this. Sand and Hell. Yes, the Sand and Hell. I'll make that note. Sand and Hell. I know it's not as bad for Vanillish. Vanilla it usually has ice body, but you don't really want to risk it. That also makes me think dry skin as well. But I don't think it should affect too much. But if... I don't know whether Helioptile gets dry skin. I know Heliolisk does, but I don't know if Helioptile does. But if it does and you false swipe it, it will die from dry skin. So that's another one. And I may even put effect spores there, so to try and encourage people not to use effect spore Pokemon, because all you know is you false swipe, they hit you, they get poisoned, they die. It's not worth it. Which I think like is oddish as well, but it's just so everyone is a bit more cautious. NPC in the DA chose Golduck. As long as the NPC picked it, not you. In fairness, Mrs. Astra, the idea would be if you saw something that had one of those abilities, that would be your best bet. But is your shiny luck cracked and you get a shiny Suicune? That is the question. Imagine you did. Imagine. Oh, it's more like what you want to go for. It's just an easy way to get a couple of them. That's more what it is. I haven't put the false swiper list up. I might put a false swiper list as well. I'll write that down. Because you can get the false swipe TM from the West Pokemon Center. You have Motorstoke City, I believe. So you can get the TM early. And if you want a false swiper, you can get yourself a false swiper. So this is what I mean. This is why it's kind of nice being able to discuss it with everyone. Because there are things I didn't think of. There are things that something God mentioned and made me go, oh yeah, I can add that. Or I can add that. So that is why I like this idea that we can all put the ideas out. Like, I'm bound to forget something. But the thing is, we might have somebody sign up who is a really big fan of soft resetting, so we could almost assign them the trades. If that sounds a bit harsh, but you know what I mean. You got static on your electric puppy. Perfect, perfect. So that means you can hunt for more electric types. And if you level that up a little bit, you don't need to evolve it, it's up to you what you do with it. If you level it up, it's not actually a bad lead Pokemon. Because if things hit it, they will get paralyzed. So it's a nice one. I usually use the Yamper a lot when I do playthroughs. I might still get myself a Yamper, but... or level it right up and get a Boltland. I can just imagine this at the moment. Mrs. Astra gets a shiny. I can see it now. But I will get it to 2,500 encounters, I believe, and we will call it a day at that, because then we said we've done 1,000 encounters today, and we can do more. Barely got past fight 1. As long as you get past 1, you can keep 1, right? That's the way to look at it. That's the positive. Which is the main goal of it, to just have something that can take some hits while you're working on others, or while you're doing everything else. I know we were talking about the trades earlier, so I might have to check whether the Meowth is shiny locked as well. It's a bit annoying, that one. I think the reason why Meowth and Yanmask are on the main map is because Persian and Cofagrigus are in the Pokedex. Another one. But you never know. You never know. But we'll just see. I might even make sure I can see a video of those trades being shiny. Just to get 100% confirmation that it can be done. I think the bit everybody is going to absolutely hate is the Litwick hunt. Absolutely hate that bit of the challenge. So, yeah, that is going to be the worst. So I'm not looking forward to trying to talk everyone into doing that. Yes. Well, technically, it's the 3 we've got to get in Motorstoke. I don't really know how to put a ruling on that one. Like, do we want to just include that as part 4? But then everyone will just skip it if we don't. Can we get Litwick anywhere else in this game? Or is it only there you get Litwick? Do I think I should know this? I probably should. But, why? What's the encounter? So when you do the 3rd gym, you've got to catch 2 Pokemon. And, well, catch at least 2 of the Pokemon. And those Pokemon can be shiny. And if that is the only Litwick, yeah. Basically, there's a Litwick, a Sizzlipede, and a Vulpix. You have to catch 2. They can all be shiny. But the thing is, only one person can get the Litwick. You wanted to go for that Sizzlipede. I thought there's one a lot of people like going for. I'm hoping that if you get the Flash Fire, you will get the Sizzlipede quite early on Route 2. But the problem is, if, say for example, I get the Litwick, I can't do anything else. I can't, like, I don't know if I can leave that area with the thing I caught. I might be able to try it. So sort of catch 1, catch 2, and then deliberately lose. You can leave. So one person could get all of them. Heavy fog, intense sunlight. Let's random encounter during intense in 1 word. So we may have to put that one up to a discussion with everyone, because the problem is, well, actually, now if you can leave, it's not quite as bad, is it? And maybe I can check some levels out as well. I don't think we can catch over level. Well, maybe we might be able to get it there. There's a Doduo in the chat. If you would like a Doduo, feel free to try and catch. We'll have. Sorry, we'll have to have a proper. That one's going to be a good conversation to have with everyone. I think is going to be the best way to put it. The more we discuss it, level 26 to 28. And after you beat Holberry, you can catch up to level 30, right? I think it is. I forgot to check that bit. So if you beat once we beat Holberry, we could actually go and get the Litwick in the wild. So that's not quite as bad. But I will have to do some proper research there. I don't know whether to plan out more, if I'm honest. I'll do the guides first and then I'll plan out more. Probably the best way to do it. That sounds more sensible. But I will update the overlay. I'll probably do it in the morning in case somebody else does get the shiny. So you basically go to the gym, encounter 1, non-shiny, you run, encounter 1, the 2 non-shiny you run during the other encounter, the first one will reset. You can just run between the encounters to reset them. And then if you get one, leave the gym, save, then you go back with all 3 Pokemon. They will be remembered that you caught one of them, but okay. Good to know, thank you. But then if it does appear in the intense sunlight and the level cap, well, the catching level is 30, we can start introducing the bit going up to Hammerlock. Which we probably will do in part 3 if that's the case. If there is like below level 30 the encounters. The only reason that we haven't done the whole map is you can't catch the over. So that is the main reason. So yeah, I will do, again, I'm going to try and do as much of the extensive research for everything. So there is a quick guide for someone to look at. I'm not going to put where every encounter is. That's too much. But for example, getting the damp Pokemon next to the list of explosion and self-destruct is good. Because then someone can get the damp one. The DA is not looking good. The only good thing is I think Suicune doesn't really have many moves. It's probably the easiest true legendary to battle. What I remember. But we will, yeah. I will do all of my bits and pieces. I will also ask in the general if there's any more guides people would want. I would like people, I'm going to put it this way, I don't care if you think it sounds like a stupid question or a stupid thing to add. I will add it. I would rather add something that someone might think feels a bit stupid than be at a stage where you try and ask me a question when I'm busy or someone else is busy. I want to get as much information out there early so everybody can focus on having a quick refresh. There's probably an oak sword. There is. I've actually downloaded it about 4 times. The problem with the oak guide Discord, no, the oak guide is it includes all the raid dens, so which is why it's not as easy to work off. Because a traditional oak one means you would go and get everything out of the DAs, everything out of the raid dens, and then breed it. If it's like the middle evo. Hence why we made it the Professor Voices, so people can't turn around and say, that's not how you do a Professor Oak's challenge. That is the only reason it's called the Professor Voices. So we can't get said. So Voices, is Shiny Charm allowed? No Shiny Charms. Well, you won't be able to get the Shiny Charm in this event at all anyway, until we've got 5 gym badges. You can't get the Shiny Charm, and Professor Ross, maybe. The idea is you shouldn't even have a gym badge at the moment. So it's progressive, yes. It's pretty much a Professor Oak's challenge, but with encounters only. Why would you get... would you have gone away? Probably. Obviously, counting the dens is a grey area in my opinion. If I would have done the Oak Challenge on such a, I would never have included them. Yeah, that's why the guide is fantastic. The person who put it together is fantastic. Don't have any bad words to say about them. But technically, Professor Oak's challenge term is if you can catch it or breed it, you should do it before the badge. That's how it's framed. But what are you keeping with you, Mrs. Astro? That's the question. What is your preferred Pokemon of choice? I am going to be slightly more lenient if somebody turns around and says they're doing a barbecue quest and they've got 1 badge. I'm just going to ask that they don't use the bike to do encounters. And they only... But it's very grey area because I can't make someone who is already doing an extremely hard shiny hunt. Don't have any saves I can do the challenge in. Well, how many profiles do you have on your Switch? That's the question. 4. So technically, you can make a 5th profile because you do not need the internet to do this challenge. If you did want to take part. That is the way to look at it. And the DLC will work if it's connected to that system. So that is one way to look at it. That's why I've done it this way. So the encouragement is not to delete anything you've got if you don't want to. You won't need the internet for this challenge. It is all offline. Like the trading is slightly more complicated, but you can use home to one that does have online if you want to do the trade evos. I mean, I think my ult doesn't have charm, so I could still participate, but you have a... Yeah, I would prefer not to have any... My absolute request... Well, the biggest thing is I want to see no badges, because I kind of asked for the trainer ID one. Just to make it even more difficult, shall we say. The goal is for it to be the most difficult hunting possible. Because the thing is, you've probably battled stuff, because you're not allowed to use the knockout method as well. That's another little side rule. So, yeah, that makes it even more difficult. Okay, no worries. We've got, what, 20 encounters left. And then we are done for the day. Will we finally get that one we need? We'll just take them down a second. We'll do this. You can also follow along with Ninja, who has been doing some Heart Gold, Soul Silver resetting. Also been working their way through some speed running on Mario. So if you would like to see what he gets up to, feel free to follow along and see what is happening over there. Pretty much. You will have a cutscene when you leave, but you don't need to follow it. Don't worry about that. So, I just thought I'd tell you in case you're like, why is there more going on? But again, if you want to do full odds DA hunting, then you've got a full odds DA hunt save as well now. You can put yourself through even more suffering to get a shiny. Have you got a shiny legendary out of a DA yet? I swear you hadn't. Welcome back. Welcome back. Not yet. We've not got long left today. We've done, what, nearly 5.5 hours today. So that has been really good. While I personally haven't got anything new, the challenge is up to 2, at least. Which is nice. But if you are interested, Ninja, let me know and I can set you up to be involved. If not, not a problem. My goal is to encourage people to try some more of the full odds hunting in this game. From the beginning, where you don't get the benefits of Ultra Balls, the DAs, the Shiny Charm, the Encounter Charm, whatever. You haven't done knockouts, etc, etc. And a lot of people are interested. It's amazing how ZA burnt a lot of people out of shiny hunting, but also drove a lot to want to do the harder hunts. And as I said before, I think Fire Red Leaf Green has pushed people a little bit too far, like it's too much. And this is like a good middle ground. Do Curry Week month? I don't remember that. Curry month is on right now. It started on the 1st, and I think it's on to the end of the month. So good luck. Good luck. I think there's even a badge on Shiny Dex if you get one. So I've been trying to understand how it works. I haven't got very far. It just gives me a headache trying to understand that. But considering we managed to get 1,000 done today, I feel confident I could do another 1,000 tomorrow. What I might do is I might actually try and set the Route 2 tracker up as well. Because if I did get the shiny, I could just pivot straight down to Route 2. If I could get it to work instantly, that would be fantastic. Because I personally, while I want to really do one, I kind of feel bad if I get something somebody wanted here now. So I've asked everyone to pick their preferences. I will continue the random encounters though. So I'll be going for like the C-Dots or Lotats, whichever's in this game. Purloin, and a couple of other things. It's probably got Hoot Hoot there as well. So that's a few things to look at. What have we got? We have 3 more encounters to do. We've got to add 2 Pokemon to the Scroll of Destiny. Hello, Crow. How are you doing today? And number 10. Okay, maybe 3 Pokemon onto the Scroll of Destiny. Would you like to add one, Crow? For your 10 gym badges? It's non-legendary or mythical for 10 badges. And the last encounter of the day... Okay, it'll be the Rookity then. That's disappointing. On so many levels. But when you get 10 gym badges, you can pick a shiny for me to add to the scroll along the bottom. That will become a hunt to do in the future. It's basically for the first 10, then every 20 after, so 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. It is up to you what you make it. Like, it is all for one. I'm just going to stop that, stop that, and close that. So you don't have to do one, it's not a problem. It's just me trying to do something to give back to everyone for watching. So that one. One of your favourites, Glossopod. Okay, we will add that to the list. I'll put that up there. It is a little bit easier to reach. There is an Azumarill in the chat as well. But thank you. Thank you for adding something to the list of Destiny. We will probably let this play through before we actually raid, but we'll just wrap things up. As I said, I'm going to put a poll in the Discord. I would like everyone who is in the SPVC to answer. It is what you would prefer, whether you want to be mentioned in the catches when I do the diary or not. If you put no, it is not a problem. I won't mention you. If you put yes, I will. I will not tag you or anything when we go live, whenever we update it. It's a bit like what I've done for the first one, but if you don't want to be tagged, just let me know and I won't do that. Wimpod, I've added Glossopod in, so I might catch it as a Wimpod and evolve it. So it's not a problem. We could do both. We'll be doing them some point, somewhen. It's not a problem. I'm pretty sure Wimpod and Glossopod are actually on this segment of the Professor Voices Challenge too. So that is a thing. Shall we go and see who should we see today? How is everybody doing? Um, well, I feel like this one makes the most sense today. If evolving things requires base from the Dex entry, that may mess up the screenshots. That's why I sort of no. So what I'm gonna do is I was gonna have one of the channels like the submission issue one. You could put the extra ones in. The only things I am entering into the main one is going to be like the picture I put of the Torkoal. I'm not gonna do the Dex. I'm not doing all four. That's the main thing. I was just gonna do here's what we got number one. I'm not going to put everyone's pictures in, just that one picture, if that makes sense. And when it comes to the evolutions, I was going to um, sort of say I might try and get some pictures of something that I've got that I can technically evolve and sort of update that as in the submissions issue. Um, Shows up first on your Twitch list. That's good. That's good. That is good. Does that mean I'm doing well today? uh, so I feel like today it's the new month. So I think that Huntress is doing extremely well right now. So let's see if we can just help push this into a good start to the week. Right? There is some stuff on Let's Go today. So let's go see Huntress today. So thank you to Drev for the sub. Everybody for getting their gym badges, the new follows, the new people involved in this challenge, Mrs. Astra with the Chi for the next shiny, all the help with the ideas to putting together the guides. We will be back tomorrow for more of this. We'll try and get another 1,000-ish encounters done. We will also be updating a few more guides, well, not rules, but I'll be updating a few things in the Discord so everything is much, much clearer for anybody new joining. So hopefully you have a good rest of your day. We'll be back, as I said, tomorrow. Let's go see the Huntress. We know she's on a partner push. She is doing very well. And there's a new gacha collection, so we can gamble. Have a good rest of your day, and goodbye.